Good morning. This is Jane Dolan on the phone for now. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jane, thank you.
Yeah, it's at my end. I heard Board Member Grego, but I thought the meeting had started, and then I heard that
we were
Member
waiting for
Countryman
you.
had issues too, but it's actually at my end, so I'm trying to figure it out. But I'll be on the phone until I can.
Okay, thanks, Jane. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Edgar. I'm the president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And on behalf of the board, thank everyone for logging in and being here this morning. Today's meeting will be conducted remotely utilizing the WebEx platform. This morning, this teleconference meeting constitutes the board's regular public business meeting for the month of June 2021. We very much appreciate everybody taking the time out of your busy schedules to log in this morning and join us. We appreciate that very much. We're now pretty much experienced in these virtual meetings, although there are also glitches that happen from time to time. That's getting to be, although a little irritating, as a normal course of events happens to us frequently. However, anyone who has a problem logging in or needs assistance, please contact Ryan Jones, our board clerk, or Leslie Gallagher, or Mike Wright, either by text or telephone, and they'd be glad to assist you or help. The second page of the agenda has a list of items on it. You might want to take a look at that to make sure that you're on the right platform and have the right login. Regarding the meeting itself, we're going to conduct it as we normally do. Our board clerk, Ryan Jones, will be monitoring these proceedings from a technical point of view, and Leslie and Michael and the other staff will be on alert to make sure that we're responding to questions and comments from the public as they raise their hand or issue texts or emails or use the chat function if they feel comfortable with that. Following each presentation, I'll ask comments from the board only, and then after the board has completed their questions, we'll open it up to the public and try to make sure that we identify those people wishing to speak to the board, and be happy to answer your questions or address your comments. After the public is spoken, we'll bring it back to the board. If the matter is a action item, we'll take action. If it's not, we'll just move on to the next item. You should be aware that this meeting is being recorded and it's housed on our website, as our normal meetings are. We'll probably be taking a few breaks this morning and give our reporter and staff a break and to catch up. And at that point, Ryan will place a sign on the screen that will indicate we are on a break and the approximate time it will be returning. Members, we have a rather light agenda today, but it does include some interesting things. I've been informed that we do not have a closed session today. Therefore, I'm anticipating ending the meeting around 1:30 or so. Regarding the items themselves, under 3, Vice President Jane Dolan will be presenting the minutes of April 23rd regular board meeting to the board for your approval. Next, we have our consent calendar, which is item 5, and has 3 items on it. They're non-core related, so we don't have core letters on them, but they are all in order. Our chief engineer has reviewed them and indicates that they are in order. Unless someone on the board or in the public wants to remove item A, B, or 5A, B, or C, those 3 items will constitute the consent calendar this morning and will be voted on with a single vote. obviously is an action item. Under item 7, legislative update, Darren soon has a short report today. He'll try to get the latest on the infrastructure bill as it's being thought about in Washington, and there's some items of the state that he'd like to talk about. That'll be a fairly short report, but Darren has some items he wants to share with the board. Under item 8, we don't have any items from the core this morning. Under item 9, will be presented by Steve Rothert, who's the deputy for underwater resources. He has some items that he wants to go over separately. Then he will introduce items 9B through 9D. Under the category of the board items, item 10A is removed from the agenda. We've had a request to remove them. So there's, instead of 5 items, there are the 4 items that will be discussed. And I believe there's 1 action item of those 4 that remaining. Then finally, we have our usual executive officers reports, including the staff reports for the board's review and the normal board comments, committee updates, and calendar for your review. As I said, we don't have a closed session today, so this should be an interesting meeting. Let's proceed. As you're aware, we're talking about item 1 on our agenda so far. We don't have any announcements or introductions of new staff at this point. So let's go to item 2, the roll call. And Ryan, if you could call the roll to determine our quorum, that would be helpful.
Board Member Griego.
Here.
Board Member Johnson.
I'm here. Good morning.
Board Member Ramirez.
Good morning. Here.
Board Member Valines.
Here.
Board Member Countryman.
Present.
Vice President Dolan. I can see Vice President Dolan. President Edgar.
I'm here. Thank you. We have a full board this morning, and Vice President Secretary Dolan under item 3 is, I think, prepared to present the minutes of the April 23rd regular board meeting to the board for your approval. And of course, the approval of the minutes is an action item. Jane, is your technology working so that you can present the minutes?
Apparently not.
Yeah, apparently not. So let's let me try to do that. You have before you item 3, which is the minutes from April 23rd. I know Jane has, I saw her yesterday at our meeting preparation review meeting, and she told me that the minutes are in order. So I'll move that the minutes of April 23rd be approved. Could I have a second, please?
Can you hear me
I'll
now?
say,
Okay,
Yes.
Joe Countryman seconds the motion. If all in favor of the approval of the minutes of April 23rd, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, the minutes have been approved unanimously by the board.
Mr.
Move on.
President?
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, I can
We
see
just
you all.
we just approved your minutes. Sorry.
No, I heard that. I have to use my phone for audio. I don't know what's going
Uh-oh.
on.
We're getting double.
We're getting an echo, Jane.
I can hear that. I'm going to just mute until I really need to talk.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're on item 4, review of the agenda. Leslie, do you have any comments that I may have missed in my summary?
You covered everything, Mr. President.
Thank you, Leslie. Okay, we're on to item 5, consent calendar. As I said earlier, we have a consent calendar, which is item 5, has 3 items on it. According to Michael Wright, all 3 items are in order. They're not correlated, therefore we're not looking for a letter. But do we have any questions from the board on any of those items? Okay, are there any questions from the public on the consent calendar, items 5A, B, and C? Okay, I'll bring this matter back to the board. May I please have a motion and a second on items 5A, B, and C?
I'll make a motion that we approve.
Okay.
I didn't get that. Who moved the meeting? Who moved it? Mary Jane moved and seconded by Dolan. Okay.
I messed you all up. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Item 6, public comments not on the agenda. If anyone
We
has,
didn't.
We need to vote.
oh, sorry. All in favor of the consent calendar? It's been moved and seconded.
Aye.
Aye.
Say aye. Those opposed? Okay. Consent calendar is approved unanimously. We'll move to item 6. Anyone in the public have any items they want to address the board that are not on the agenda? You see any, Ryan or Leslie? Okay, let's move to item 7. Darren Suen has a short legislative report. Darren, please.
Good morning, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, members of the board, Darren Suen with board staff. Yes, a quick update. As the news at the federal level, I think many of you saw last night, the $1.2 trillion infrastructure, bipartisan infrastructure framework was introduced to the public yesterday. We're very hopeful that they'll have some things in there for flood management, but we'll find out as things move forward. It's all part of the President Biden and Vice President Harris's Build Back Better program. There's also Congress is also considering the congressional directed funding or quote earmarks and for several things. So we'll see how that plays out in the coming weeks as well. On the state level, I wanted to just quickly mention a couple of bills that we've been watching. SB 369 by Senator Pan, which authorizes the Yola Bypass Cash Through Partnership, was approved on the Senate floor and in the Assembly Water Parks and Wildlife Policy Committee last Friday, June 17th. And it's currently in the Appropriations Committee. And we're hopeful that it'll come out of the Appropriations Committee within the next month. AB 921, introduced by Assemblymember Kevin McCarty, which approves the West Sacramento flood project for state participation, consistent with the federal approval that was scheduled. It was scheduled on the Assembly floor. However, due to limited bills allowances from the legislature, Assemblymember McCarty elected not to move ahead with the process during this session. So we're hopeful that City of West Sacramento and their lobbyists, they're evaluating their options. We're hopeful they'll find another way. If not, it will be introduced in the following session. That would be our prediction. And then finally, AB 464, which is introduced by Assemblymember Mullins, which enables local governments to establish enhanced infrastructure financing districts for capital improvements, which include flood control levees, dams, retention basins, and drainage channels, passed both houses and is getting prepared to be introduced to the governor for his signature. if signed into law, this legislation could affect our SSJDD feasibility analysis. So I thought that's something that we should keep watch an eye on. And that's it for now. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Darren. Okay, members, we're on item 8, and as I said before, we don't have any reports from the Corps today. On to item 9. Under item 9A, Steve Rothert has some items that he wants to discuss with the board. There's some information from the Delta studies and evaluations that the Corps is doing that Steve's going to talk to us about. The Corps has a new little program that's called Engineering with Nature, EWIN, and the department and the Corps are working out an agreement to work together on that program. And he has a couple other items, and then he's going to go on and introduce the remaining items under item 9 on the agenda that are listed on your agenda. So I'll just turn this over to Steve Rothert at this point. Steve?
Yes, good morning, and Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and the other members of the board. Are you hearing me okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Great. So as President Edgar just said, I preview the 3 in-depth presentations that you'll hear from other DWR colleagues of mine. Then I'll provide a number of updates all on Corps related matters, including one exciting one that we just heard about this morning. And then I'll turn it over to my 3 DWR colleagues. So next slide, please, Ryan. We will first hear from Wade Wiley on the inspection process and reports. Then we'll hear from Sandy Maxwell on the Delta Levy subventions budget and related matters. And then we will hear from Mary Jimenez and David Martasian on the progress of the CVFPB update. Next slide, please. So Wade Wiley, who's the chief of our flood project inspection and assessment branch in the Division of Flood Management, will provide a review of the inspection program and reports and how the local maintenance areas can use the process to improve their scores and their access to funds to maintain their levies. Next. And then Sandy Maxwell, who is the chief of our Delta Levy subventions program section, will talk to us about the expenditures and budget of the program going forward. And then lastly, we will hear from Mary Jimenez, who leads our system-wide multi-initiative branch, and David Martasian, who is the lead of our environmental support section within that branch, will talk to us about 2 aspects of the CVFPB update, which is the outcome-based performance tracking that was introduced in 2017 and is being expanded and integrated this year, or in the 2022 data, I should say, as well as the conservation strategy and how we're updating it and better coordinating and integrating it into the CVFPB in this update round. Next slide. So as President Edgar mentioned, the Corps of Engineers is updating its 100-year flood level estimates in the Delta, and they've been working on this for a number of years. And just last week, we signed an agreement with the Corps to extend the period of the contract for them to complete the work, and it'll be fully funded to extend that contract without any additional state funding. And the work is being coordinated with numerous Delta stakeholders as well as FEMA and the Delta Stewardship Council and board staff are also participating in this through the Delta Levees MOU working group. Next slide.
Steve,
So
could
Yep.
I interrupt just a minute on that Delta issue? Is that part of the Delta Adapts program, or is that different?
It's for the ADAPTS program.
It is. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yeah. So the Engineering with Nature program is a program that the Corps of Engineers has based in Vicksburg, Mississippi, and over the last 10 or 15 years, they've been implementing their mission, which you can see there on the screen, which is very much in alignment with my division of multi-benefit initiatives, trying to advance integrated multi-benefit projects for flood management and ecosystem protection and restoration in collaboration with important stakeholders. And over the last several months, we've been working with them to develop this MOU that would allow them to work more closely with DWR, the board, and other stakeholders in the Central Valley to, and we're still working out exactly how we will collaborate, but most likely in the update of the CVFPP and also in the development of the San Joaquin flood strategy that President Edgar and member Tim Ramirez and other board staff have been engaged with DWR and stakeholders. So we're excited about this opportunity. They bring a little experience from across the country. And they're also, this Engineering with Nature program has also set up, I guess, what you could call a franchise in the San Francisco district office. And they've got some great folks in San Francisco working on the program, and we'll be interacting with them quite a lot as we go forward. Next slide, please. This is just a heads up that the Lower Cache Creek project had the Chiefs report signed recently for the Lower Cache Creek feasibility study. It was signed just a couple of days ago. And the study found federal interest in this $20 million project. This map here is hard to see, but you can see Lower Cache Creek flowing through woodland and a number of the project features identified there on the map. But it's basically going to eventually construct 5.6 miles of new levees and seepage berms, and improve 2.3 miles of existing levees, 5.6 miles of drainage channel, and also construct a 3,000 foot long inlet weir and road crossings and other things. So with this signing of the Chiefs report, it can then move on to the next phase of the 32-step a Corps of Engineers process, which will be authorization and then ultimately appropriations at some point down the road. And the project will have a state cost share of approximately $80 million and will reduce the flood risk for about 60,000 people in the woodland area and protect over $1 billion worth of assets in the region. So, the last item that isn't in the presentation.
I think Joe has a question. Steve, please.
On the Lower Cache Creek project, what's being done to lengthen the life of the settling basin there?
Good question. I think it's a separate project. I will call on, if possible, Rick Reinhardt, who has been involved in the Lower Cache Creek project. Rick, are you available to answer Member Countryman's question?
I am. Thank you. Rick Reinhardt with MBK Engineers. As Steve said, I am the City of Woodlands project manager. And first, I want to thank the board and the department for their partnership in meeting this milestone. We've been working on this this study for over 20 years. And so this is a significant accomplishment. Board member Countryman, the trapping efficiency of the Cache Creek settling basin is something that the department's flood maintenance office has been studying. We did evaluate, we had UC Davis conduct a study of would the Lower Cache Creek feasibility study project adversely affect that trapping efficiency? The study concluded that it would not. But it is a separate project looking at it at once the trapping efficiency no longer meets requirements. What is the long-term plan? As you might recall, the original project constructed by the Corps was simply to raise the weir, but that would put higher flood stages on levees that aren't certified, increasing flood risk to the residents of Woodland. And so a longer-term plan needs to be looked at. That is being a part of the project being evaluated as the Yola Bypass Partnership. And so the region is very conscious of the need to address that eventually when the trapping efficiency is no longer met. Over.
Thank you.
I would add, Board Member Countryman, that DWR sought funding through federal WRDA process last go round to conduct next steps in the study of how to improve the management of the Cache Creek Settling Basin. We weren't successful in that effort, but if, fingers crossed, if the budget process at the state level goes as we hope, there could be some funding to take some next steps related to the Cache Creek Settling Basin in the coming fiscal year. So, and we'll let you know as soon as we have confirmation of that.
It's so interesting because we have a major forest growing out there, and how we integrate all this and make it work is, I'll be anxious to follow. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Steve, Steve, just
sure.
another question on that Cache Creek. Is this project in any way tied into the work we're doing in the Yola Bypass?
Good question. My sense is the short answer is not directly, but Rick, you would know better.
Well, it is identified as a priority for the region. It's a part of the projects that are being moved, but it's because it's being done through the Core Civil Works program. It's on its own trajectory.
Okay, but there is some relationship there, because I think remembering some of the discussion at the partnership level, they were talking, or at least the people in that county were talking about that a little bit.
Well, exactly. The motto for the partnership is all boats rise, and we're looking to advance the entrance of the stakeholders in the bypass. That's a very important priority for Yola County and the residents of Woodland. So you're absolutely right in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Bill, I wonder, I mean, I would like a more detailed briefing on this project. We don't have time for now. I wonder if we could schedule it for a future meeting.
Okay, would you be up for that, Steve?
Absolutely. The folks, Todd Bernardi and others in the Division of Flood Management would be happy to provide a briefing. I was going to offer that at the end of this item anyway. So yes, we'll coordinate and come back to you with a presentation when it fits on the agenda for the board.
Okay, for me, Joe's interested in the technical aspects of the settling basin, and we had some issues on the toxicity of what was going on there that we were concerned with, and so on. But I'm interested in how it relates to the other projects that we're promoting in the region and how this all fits together a little bit, just for your own information there. And if you could work with Leslie and her staff and schedule that at an appropriate time, I think that'd be great.
Absolutely, we'll follow up. Great idea. Thank you. So the last item that I wanted to mention before turning over to my DWR colleagues is that just this morning we learned that the Corps of Engineers, specifically Colonel Hindura, the commander and district engineer for the Sacramento district, just approved the 408, or just signed the 408 letter of permission for the Lookout Slough project. which is something topic that's been on the agenda, or proposed to be on the agenda of these board meetings for the last couple of months. And this is a very exciting development from our perspective. And so just some text from that letter is that it has been determined that the project will not be injurious to the public interest and will not impair the usefulness of the project works, meaning the flood system, as described in the final EA. The permission has been granted for you to alter the levees associated with Shag, Cache, and Haas sloughs as shown in the 100% design specifications, EIP's Lookout Slough, Tidal Habitat Restoration, and Flood Improvement Project. So we're excited to get this and come back to the board when appropriate and seek the permission or the permit from the board.
I think our plan is at this point, you need to check with Leslie, but I think our plan is to put this on the agenda for next month following the action of the Delta Council, which is scheduled for the 15th and 16th. They're, I guess, going to have a hearing on this matter.
I think that's
my concern is, and we went through a discussion with the board several years ago as to how we put conditions on permits, and the Corps preferred, at least at that time, and of course we've been through several kernels, but the position of the Corps at that time was to make sure that the permit that we give has all the conditions related to all state agencies that have a concern about this project. And so the last one, I believe, is the Delta Council, and if they approve, which I think the staff report it has a couple of conditions that we'll have to include in our permit, so that this permit that we'll be considering at our July meeting will have the conditions of all concerned on it, so that the Corps doesn't have to look around to 17 different state agencies to find out what the conditions are on this permit. There's one place that they look to, and that has the conditions. Emma at that time led the discussion, and Emma Schwartz led the discussion in that regard. And we had permits which attached letters and exhibits and things like that, is for information purposes is fine, but the position of the board, at least taken at that time, was if we read a letter or a comment or something, we needed to, and agreed with it, we needed to formulate a condition and have that as a condition of the permit, so that the permit has all the conditions related to this particular project listed in the permit, and nobody has to, go around and find out if there's another condition that some other agency put in, it's not on the permit. So, but it's really, I know for the department and the people that are leading the project, that it is a very cumbersome process trying to get everybody's concerns listed. But anyway, that's what we're trying to do. Maybe we can work on a more efficient way to do that. I hope so. But that's what all this is about. And given the Corps' position, I guess final approval should be at our July meeting.
That's great. Yeah, we're excited that this step represents the full vetting and full approval of the Corps for this project. That's a high priority for the state. So
yeah, that's
great
right.
news. Yeah, great. So that's it for me, unless there are questions. And then I would turn it over to Wade Wiley, the chief of our flood project inspection and assessment branch, to talk about the levee inspection process and how local maintenance areas can use it to good effect. So thank you.
Let me pause for a minute, Steve. Does any board have any questions, or members of the public at this point have any questions on Steve's report so far? Do we see anybody in the public, Brian?
I saw a thumbs up, but
Oh, hey, that was me. I got a question. Oh,
Okay.
yep, we're reading you.
yeah, this is Dominic Gooley, engineer for various reclamation districts in the Delta. I was wondering about the Lookout Slough project. Why is that such a high priority? It got its 408 permit so fast. That's great to hear. But as I understand it, there's some CEQA litigation regarding that. And there's also a concern about some of the Prop 1 bond funding, that a significant amount that's being used for that project that could otherwise go to Delta levies programs. So I was wondering, why is that project such a high priority?
Well, I would offer two reasons. I'm sure President Edgar, if we want to spend much time on this item, given that it's being heard in so many other venues, but I would offer two reasons. One is that it improves the performance of the Yolo bypass in terms of flood protection, and it also will provide habitat restoration and the mitigation requirements for the requirements for operating the state water project. And to be clear, none of the Prop 1 funding goes to the habitat portion of the project. The Prop 1 funding, consistent with all the bond language and requirements in bond law, are going only to the flood aspects of the project. So just to be clear about that. So it's been an important priority of the state for years now, and we look forward to getting through these steps and to break ground.
Thank you, Dominic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Any other comments? Okay, thank you, Steve. Please introduce the next Wade, I guess.
Yep, Wade Wiley, Chief of our Flood Project Inspection and Assessment Branch, will talk with us about the levee inspection process and reports. So,
morning, Wade.
Morning. Thanks, Steve. Morning, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board. Hopefully Ryan will get my presentation spooled up here and I can start sharing that with you.
There you go.
All right. Well, as you said, my name is Wade Wiley. I am the Chief of DWR's Flood Project Inspection and Assessment Branch. Today, the Chief of Inspection Section A, Sterling York, and I will be providing an informative presentation regarding DWR's inspection program, the resulting reports, and their content. The purpose today is to show how the local maintaining agencies can use these inspection reports to improve the maintenance on the levees. Next slide, please. So I will start by giving a brief review of DWR's inspection program, and then I will highlight portions of DWR's annual inspection report that the LMA should pay particular attention to. And then after that, Sterling York will then review DWR's inspection criteria and discuss how the LMAs can use the LMA summary profiles in the report and the detailed levee mile reports to focus their maintenance effort for improved maintenance on the levees. Next slide, please. So why are we performing maintenance inspections of the levees? Well, it's all about ensuring that proper maintenance is being performed on these critical levees. We want to make sure that any issue that threatens the integrity of the levee are identified and that the LMAs are working toward resolving those issues. When the levees are maintained properly, the levees provide reliable public safety, protecting the lives and property of those that live behind them. In addition, properly maintained levees retain their PL 8499 eligibility, and that's an important program that assists the LMAs in the repair of storm damaged levees after a high water event. Next. So DWR's authority and responsibility to perform maintenance inspections of the state plan of flood control and those levees comes from Water Code 8360, 8370, and 8371. And there's lots of other sections of the code that guide our programs and work, but we're not going to get into the details of those here today. So next, please. So in accordance with that water code, DWR inspectors perform inspections of state plan of flood control levees twice a year. The inspectors also perform inspections of channels and structures, review and inspect identified erosion sites, perform external inspections of utility crossings, review aerial imagery of designated floodways for encroachments, perform inspections of new and existing encroachments, and at times we do other inspections as well. So next. So all of the results from these inspections are combined into the annual inspection report, which DWR presents to the board at the January board meeting. The report is organized in two basic parts. The front end, which contains the highlights of the inspection results and programs, and the back end, which includes many detailed appendices. In the front end, you will find the inspection ratings for the different levees, channels, and structures, as well as other program information that the branch shares within the report. However, it's in appendixes A, B, and C that I want to focus in on, as they provide good information about the ratings that the LMA is receiving. Next slide, please. Appendix A, B, and C are referred to as the summary profiles. Each LMA has their own summary profile in either Appendix A for the Sacramento River Basin, Appendix B for the San Joaquin River Basin, or Appendix C for other areas. There's a lot of useful information in these summary profiles, like contacts for the LMA, maps of the levees, storm damage sites, PL 8499 status, inspection ratings, and a summary of the LMA reporting, just to name a few. The area of the LMA summary profile that the LMA should focus in on is the levee inspection summary table next. And that's what we're highlighting here in red. If Ryan will show us that. Yeah, right there. So the information contained in this table is critical for the LMAs to understand what they need to improve their maintenance, or how. So the information there is relaying what they need to do to improve their maintenance and ratings. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Sterling York, and he will review DWR's inspection criteria, how the ratings are calculated, as well as how the LMA can use the summary profiles and the LMA reports to improve their maintenance and ratings. Next.
All right, thank you, Wade, and members of the board. Can anyone hear me okay? Okay, awesome.
Yes, Sterling, we can.
Thank you very much. So let's first understand what the inspectors are looking for as they inspect levees. Inspectors will drive along the levees, noting deficiencies like excessive vegetation, trees that need to be trimmed, erosion sites, animal burrows, slope stability, or other items affecting the levee's performance. Each deficiency is reviewed against criteria and rated individually as either A, acceptable, M, minimally acceptable, or U, unacceptable. Each deficiency is also measured, and its length is documented for the use of calculations of the LMA's overall rating. Identified deficiencies can be on the land side, the water side, or the crown. There can be multiple types of issues along the same reach of the levee. For instance, we could have 500-foot section of levees with vegetation issues on the land side as seen here. That same 500-foot section could also have a trim-free issue and even an erosion site on the water side. When totaled, if each of 3 issues are rated, the length of the issues would be 1,500 feet, equaling 0.28 of a mile for this unit. The deficient lengths are totaled and divided by the length of the entire levee unit to obtain the percentage deficiency miles for that unit. Now let's get a little more into the weeds on how the ratings are calculated. Next slide. The details of the thresholds and how the ratings are calculated are explained in Appendix F of the annual report. However, I'd like to show how the different ratings are considered. Next. Get an overall rating of A, the LMA needs to have less than 10% of its levee miles having minimally acceptable rated deficiencies. This is calculated by dividing the length of the minimally acceptable issues by the total miles for that unit. Next. An M star means that the miles of deficiencies are less than 10% of the levee miles, but there was at least one unacceptable rated issue and therefore could not be given an A or acceptable rating. Next. For a minimally acceptable rating of M, the overall percentage of deficient miles are between 10 and 20% and can include both minimally acceptable and unacceptable rated issues. Next. If the total miles of deficiencies are greater than 20%, then an unacceptable rating of U is given. Next slide. Coming back around to the annual report, we see here are the results of the fall inspection in the LMA summary profiles of the annual report. These are beneficial to the LMAs to see the areas that need to be corrected during the maintenance to achieve better ratings. So let's look at some examples of the summary profiles from the annual report appendices. Next slide. As mentioned, each LMA receives a rating of A, acceptable, M, minimally acceptable, M star, or U, unacceptable, based on the length of deficiencies that the inspectors identified during the fall inspection. Next. The left side of these tables has the total miles of issues identified by the inspector for the category of minimally acceptable or unacceptable as seen during the fall inspection. Next. The right portion of the table shows the changes from the previous year's fall inspection. A negative green number indicates an improvement, while a positive red number indicates a decline since the last report. Next. For this LMA, as you can see, the table shows an overall rating of acceptable, with the total threshold below 10%. Next. In this summary, we have an LMA receiving an M star, where the threshold is still below 10%. Next. But because there are unacceptable issues of animal control and erosion, it makes this rating an M star. Next. This next table shows the LMAs receiving an M rating with a threshold just over 10%. Next. When we take a little closer look at this rating, we see a little more vegetation management could have brought the percentage below 10%, and the LMA could have received an A rating if corrected. Next. Finally, the last summary for this LMA, the deficient rating is over 20% and therefore was rated U or unacceptable. Next slide. Now let's look at the actual levee inspection reports. As mentioned, DWR performs 2 levee inspections each year, one in the spring and one in the fall. From these inspections, the levee-mile reports are generated. We will take a closer look at what is provided in these levee-mile reports and how these can help the LMAs improve their maintenance. The spring levee inspections should be used by the LMAs to identify what needs to be corrected in order to improve their maintenance and their ratings for the fall inspection. In the fall, immediately after the inspectors finish their inspection report, the LMA is sent a preliminary version which allows the LMA to make corrections to the issue before the cutoff date, and the reports are finalized. Next slide. After each inspection season, the levee mile reports are uploaded into California Data Exchange Center, known as CDEC. Here, the LMAs can go to CDEC in the detailed levee inspection reports to review their reports. Two versions of the reports are available. There is the maintenance only and the full report. Maintenance only versions include only maintenance issues for the levees unit. The full version of the report includes both maintenance issues plus enforcement issues. We encourage the LMAs to view the full version of the report as it shows all the issues on their levees that affect their ratings. Now let's look at the levee mile reports in a little more detail and explain how the LMA can use the inspection reports as a tool to improve their maintenance and ratings. Next slide. When the fall levee reports are generated, this is the first page that we see. These tables from the fall report are what are documented in the LMA summary profiles of the annual report. Next. This report shows the LMA, their overall ratings, as well as the ratings for each individual unit. These ratings are based on miles of minimally acceptable and unacceptable items that were identified during the inspection. From these items, the threshold percentage is calculated over the entire length, as previously explained. As seen here, Unit 1 received a U, whereas Unit 2 got an A rating. So when combined, the LMAs received an M as their overall rating. These reports are where the LMA can identify maintenance issues that are driving their ratings, and the issues that we see that constantly affect the ratings are vegetation, trimming of trees, animal control, slope stability, and erosion. Because unacceptable rated items count 4 times more than minimally acceptable items, we suggest that if the LMA has a limited time or resource, that they should consider correcting the unacceptable issues first before the reports are published. Next slide. There are 2 types of issues to be aware of in these reports: maintenance issues and enforcement issues. Maintenance issues include such items as vegetation, trim trees, and animal control. The LMA can mitigate these types of issues within their routine maintenance program. Next. Encroachment issues fall under enforcement issues and include items like buildings, pruning piles, utility poles, landscaping, and fences, just to mention a few. The LMA has less control over these issues, which for the most part belong to outside agencies or the public, and do not count directly against the LMA's overall rating. So it's important for the LMA to focus on whether an issue is a maintenance or enforcement issue. But when it comes to encroachment issues, the LMAs are the first line of defense, and they need to address these enforcement items with the owners of the encroachments. If the LMAs are unable to resolve the issues on their own, they should reach out to the board for help on encroachment enforcements if necessary. Now let's take a closer look at the levee mile reports. Issues appear in the reports as either MA or for maintenance or EN as enforcement issues, as we have highlighted in red in the next series of slides. As mentioned, one of the consistent issues shown up in the reports that affect the overall ratings is vegetation. If vegetation looks like this, then it will receive an unacceptable rating. However, if the vegetation is trimmed before the deadline, which is typically around the first week of November for the fall inspection, their rating will be adjusted and their overall rating could improve. This also holds true for any other deficient items that get fixed before the deadline. If an improvement is made after the inspection, the LMA can contact DWR, invite the inspector to come back out and look at the corrected issue, and request the rating be updated. Next. Some other maintenance issues we typically see that bring the ratings down are rodent holes, trim-thin trees, and erosion. Next. Here we see an example of an encroachment issue and how it appears in the report. We want to reiterate that most encroachments are enforcement issues and do not count against the LMA's overall rating, but should still be addressed. Next. Also showing up in our reports is our utility crossing inventory program known as USEP. Though shown with ratings, these ratings are not yet being counted in the LMA's overall rating, but that will change in the future. Next slide. Other ways that we can help the LMAs identify their issues is to provide them with different ways they can view their report. From our levy inspection program, we can generate an Excel file for the LMAs to use. The advantage of receiving an Excel spreadsheet is it gives the LMA a condensed list of the same information that is in the levy mile report. This gives the LMA the ability to sort the data any way they see fit, whether it be by levy mile, rating, or issue type. Next slide, please. By providing the LMAs with this data in this type of format, it gives them the ability to input into other readily available programs such as ARC Collector or a KMZ file in Google Earth. This gives the LMA the ability to locate the issue in the field by using their smartphones or a map-based program. This is just one other way the LMA can use the levy mile report to make it easier to locate and prioritize their maintenance to correct the issues that were identified during the inspection. Next slide. We want to make sure that the levy mile reports, along with the annual reports, are being used by the LMAs. We send a preliminary copy of the reports within a week or so of the inspection so that the LMAs are aware of the issues that are driving their ratings. We want to encourage the LMAs to use the levy mile reports as a punch list. These reports provide the information that our inspectors see during the inspection as deficient. And being aware of these issues will help the LMAs prioritize their maintenance. Next slide. So to wrap it up, when it comes to the levy inspections, some things that the LMAs can do to improve are right along during the fall and spring inspections, review inspection reports immediately, address unacceptable issues immediately. Also, ask DWR inspectors to reinspect areas that have been repaired before the first week of November. Download inspection data and use it to plan maintenance by creating an ARC, Collector, or Google Maps. And know the difference between a maintenance issue or an enforcement issue. One of the best recommendations that we can give to the LMAs and help them with their ratings is to stay proactive. Communication with their inspector is key, and we ask that the LMAs do not wait until the end of the inspection season to schedule their inspection, as it does not give them any time to make any last-minute maintenance improvements. And as always, if there's something else that we can be doing to help improve the LMA's maintenance, please let us know. Next slide. This concludes our presentation, and at this time I'd like to turn the time over to Preston with the board's inspection section, who will talk about how the board staff uses this information. After Preston is done, we will be available for any questions you may have. Thank you. Preston?
Thanks, Sterling. This is Preston Shopbell with the board staff, chief of the inspection section here. Just wanted to tack on to what Sterling was saying. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So first, these reports are used as a tool when evaluating encroachments in the system, as Sterling said. Our enforcement staff use them as a desktop review to see if there's additional information that we didn't have when we're being approached, or we found an enforcement case that needs to be followed up on. However, most of these referrals and urgent issues are usually talked to us or communicated to us before before the report comes out. So this is additional information that we use in building cases for enforcement items. And enforcement's current priority is addressing those urgent rated pipes that are addressed in the USIP, or Utility Crossing Inspection Program, which ties in with the LMA reports here as well. But bottom line, this helps prioritize the pipes that we're going to go after to resolve, and help support cases for enforcement. And then on a higher level, those high level report summaries are also part of our work on the PL 8049 Rehabilitation Assistance Program. So we are working with those maintainers to prioritize the encroachments in support of those LOI and SWIFT efforts, and to maintain either active status or get them from inactive to active in the program. These also are used as another report to report to the Corps if they need additional information during their periodic inspections as well. So those are just some high-level, quick, ways that we use this day in, day out with them. But coordination is the first part, and the reports are that supporting documentation for it. Thank you.
I have a question, Bill.
Yes.
I noticed they need to have the second inspection after something's been identified and the local LMA does it. Then there has to be scheduled a second inspection. And I'm wondering if you've considered asking the LMAs to provide you a drone tour of the sites that were modified, and save that scheduling that second inspection out there and using the drone information to be able to clear the site. Have you considered that?
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Sterling.
Yeah, and then I tried to get back.
I'll fill that question. We do. It's the asking the inspector to actually come out and re-inspect the actual program, or the problem or the issue, the deficiency, is a courtesy that we do provide. But depending on the relationship that the inspectors have with the LMAs, also take photographs. If they do have drone footage of something, we would definitely take that. That makes the process of getting that issue corrected in the report considerably faster, and especially if we're pushing right up to the cutoff date for those reports. So yes, we do take those type of considerations. If it's a little bit bigger item, then we may want to get our physical item, but we will take photographs and or any video or drone footage that they could provide us.
That's great. Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Mary Jane.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. And I guess in a perfect world, nobody would be eliminated under the PL 84-99 program. But unfortunately, that does happen. And so my question is basically, when we look at these utility easements that are preventing our LMAs from being on this federal program, what authority does either the board or the department have in order to move those projects along when you are dealing with private utility companies? Can somebody explain that process to me?
Preston or Angeles?
Yeah, Ms. Griego. So for getting access to, are you referring to easements preventing inspection work on utilities?
So I'm going to take an example that we had just a few months ago with Three Rivers Levee Improvement Authority, where the 784 was, penalized from participating in the PL 84-99 program because of inspection reports by the Corps that and those noted items were like utility easements. I think it was one was from the water district, the other one was from PG&E. There was towers that were too close to the levee that had to be moved. I mean, how do we motivate these private utilities to take action so that the local maintenance agencies are not penalized for programs?
Right. I think one of the tools that we have is, of course, enforcement. If there's not, compliance at a low level, where we work with PG&E and all types of utilities all the time, and we're trying to make sure that those relationships are maintained. Right. They have lots of permits with us, and we want to make sure that the flood risk reduction is taken care of. If it prevents a system from being in PLA 499, that there's two sides of the coin, right? There are parts that the LMA is the lead for their maintenance, but this isn't punishing just LMA. It's everyone involved in the system, right? The state that's given those assurances. So it's a joint effort, and that's the part where the board and board staff works to do our part to resolve those.
So
but I wouldn't put that directly on the LMAs themselves.
No, I don't, because a lot of times the LMAs want to do the work. There are obstacles such as resources, finance, or labor shortages, or the inability for them to get cooperation with private parties. But yet the LMAs are penalized because of inaction of others. And so my question really relates to, how do we make these utility companies do the work so that those those exceptions that are written on inspection reports aren't there? I'll just say that in almost a year that I've been looking at this agenda, I know that we have working relationships with utilities or with like Caltrans or Department of Transportation, because they have projects that are close to rivers or channels or the Central Valley Protection jurisdiction. And so I know that we have those relationships, but how do we use those relationships as it relates to local maintenance areas? That's really what it boils down to. President, do you kind of understand where I'm coming from on this issue? I'm just trying to get an answer here.
I understand, Board Member Griego. This is Leslie Gallagher, and from a higher level perspective, we do try to help our LMA partners. We do have several sections that work independently. I know we have Angeles on, she runs our encroachment enforcement section, and I do believe that they prioritize those items. But you are correct, when we are dealing with public utilities, when we're dealing with railroads or other public agencies that have their own missions and their own issues, and perhaps they even predate the levee system or the acceptance of the levee system, those are sometimes very complicated to work out. I know that we do have a devoted section for that. And Angeles, I don't know if you feel like there's anything you could add to that. We could certainly put more resources into that if we had the ability to do that. But we do prioritize and look at those, is what Preston's saying. We use this information and we do look at it.
So thank you, Leslie, for that. I appreciate that. You know, when I look at these LMAs, you know, and I come from a small rural community that has limited resources, and it's never, in my opinion, it's never that they don't want to do the work. There's always that problem of, you know, having the money to do the work. So, you know, what are we doing to help is basically, I guess my question is, how do we help these underfunded maintenance districts in order to achieve the goal? Because the goal is really, as it was stated, is public safety, you know, to make sure that these levees are maintained in proper shape. You know, these local maintenance areas have to go and rely on assessments by voters, and that's a tricky game in itself, you know, because we're in a drought and have been for a number of years, and people are wondering, why are these assessment districts going out for more money when we don't have enough water as it is? You know, so it's a problem from the local perspective of how to maintain these maintain the vegetation and the animal control issues, let alone the enforcement issues of utility districts, not, you know, following through with the work that they have to do in order to make sure these levees are safe. I think I'll just stop with that. I think I made my point. And I really appreciate the presentation and the understanding of these inspections done by the department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Preston, I have a more fundamental question. I think having heard Wade and Sterling talk about their calculations and how they arrive at acceptable, marginally acceptable, and unacceptable, and then translate it into spreadsheets and a special file in which I think that file of inspection is actually incorporated into our database so that it's a layer that you can access with our database. I understand, but I don't know whether these local maintaining districts have the capacity and understanding of how all that works. And so it's not a question of giving them all of this information because I don't think they have the capacity to understand it. And so they just ignore it and just continue to do their maintenance as best they can, looking at a list of unacceptable items, but they're not going to be into the detail on how these things are corrected. I just think many of, you know, if they had the choice of taking care of the mowing of the grass or trimming of whatever they have to do, filling up the holes, they'll do that. But to spend time looking at these reports and formulas and so on, I hope we're not expecting them to spend their time doing that. I don't see that that's gonna be practical as a practical matter.
Sure, I think there's two quick points. So the data that they can provide from these reports, those spreadsheet outputs, because they are focused on maintenance items, the board doesn't have our databases are centered around encroachments, enforcement cases, things like that. So we technically, you know, board staff aren't using those downloads, but the fact that it can be downloaded, a lot of LMA representatives, firms that you've seen with the Inspection Compliance Work Group, can take that data and use that with their own software to change the data however they want not change the data, but present the data however they want to make it usable in the field if they want to walk along and resolve issue by issue. It kind of makes that fluid. The second side of it is that for usage of the report in general, you're right. There are some LMAs that won't be able to dig into that. They don't have time. They're focused on the work itself. But from my perspective, I see this as a guidance tool on what impartial inspectors seeing from their point of view to help an LMA focus some of their efforts and see where they're falling short and where they can put more effort towards it if there's resources available, and if there's not, then we try to see what can we do to break the logjam, whether it's an encroachment or funding. Those all come at different levels and require different types of solutions.
So Wade Wiley here, I want to mention a couple of things and maybe go back to Board Member Griego's comment first. What are we doing to help the LMAs with these encroachments? And I'll say that our recent effort to update the levy logs, we've gone out and basically ground truth and re-updated our existing levy logs, done research to identify permits for those encroachments, and attach those so that they're aligned. And then in front of the Corps' inspections, we've been coordinating with the board staff to provide the Corps those levy logs so that when they're out there, they know what encroachments are permitted and they know who the owners are, or they have the ability to look it up. And so that's one way we're helping the LMAs with these PL 8499 inspections. I'll say another way is been an effort to get data from the encroachment owners like PG&E. They have inspection data on their pipes. One of our efforts has been to try and gather that data and provide it through our USIP program. Unfortunately, they have some non-disclosure agreements that they want, which we're working with the board's council and DWR council to kind of work through that with agencies to make sure that we can get that information and share it in a way that at least we can share with the Corps when they're doing their inspections to say they've done an internal inspection, they got a green light on it, or there's a problem. And so we're trying to get that information. So thanks for the opportunity to speak about that. And then as far as, President Edgar, we've been working with the inspection compliance work group to meet with the LMAs and hear what they need to do better maintenance and to comply with the different inspections. One of their requests was that DWR provide a tool or a means to get DWR inspection data and Corps inspection data in a tool that they could use out on the levees, kind of like our inspectors do during inspections to document what they're doing. So although we haven't provided a tool, KSN, MBK, and some of the others that have been participating do have tools that they can upload our data into and share with the LMAs. So our effort to get this data out there has been part of the request through that inspection compliance work group. And it's good data. I mean, we've documented where the issues are. We provide it in multiple formats for the LMAs to use. We give them a written, a PDF document that shows images of the issues with the locations. We think it's just the next step is taking data and generating maps with it and using these readily available tools like Art Collector, which with a minimal amount understanding and ability, you can create these maps and go out on the levees with your smartphone and identify the exact location where the issue is. And you can even comment on it and have it report back into your own database, at least for tracking. So we think these are ways that the LMAs can use our data to really improve the maintenance that they're doing. And we just want to remind people of that. I mean, our inspectors are out there all the time talking to the LMAs and their representatives. And we do hot laps even. You know, sometimes the LMAs can't be with the inspector during an inspection. And our inspectors will come back and drive them around the levees and point out the highlights, you know, like the big ticket items, and make sure that they're aware of those. So we're doing a lot to help where we can. And you know, these are some suggestions that we're making at this point. So thank you.
No, I think there's been a lot of progress, obviously, in the last couple of years, and just grabbing the data, putting it into a database, trying to facilitate this information. But my sense is, unless these LMAs have a engineer or an engineering firm working with them, they aren't responding very well. That's what I perceive anyway.
Wait,
Anyway, any other that and I appreciate the presentation, Joe.
you know, I think we should step back for a second here and celebrate an unbelievable advancement in data on these levees. I can remember when I was an expert witness in some of the levy cases that we had, you know, years ago, going in and looking at these levy logs. What a mess. It was it was impossible to track, you know, what had been done and exactly where it was, and the levy miles were confusing, and it was really bad, Bill. And I think what you guys have done is heroic. I mean, you have provided the groundwork that a serious entity trying to maintain a levy system can actually use to get there. And I'm just totally impressed with what you've been doing, and just keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. There's when we came in, Joe, remember that we went from virtually nothing to where we are now, and so on. I just am a little concerned that we're leaving some of these levy LMAs who don't have professional engineers to help them, leaving them behind a little bit, but maybe that's not the case.
But Bill, we got LMAs out there that are essentially spending nothing. You know, you have to spend something to get something, to get somewhere. I mean, I don't know. The answer is we have to have responsible LMAs. And how do we get responsible LMAs? You know, we talked to them, we tried to let them know, just like it was being said, where these problems are, and encourage them to move forward. But they have to be willing to make some expenditures and do something also.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Through the chair.
Okay.
I appreciate the conversation that we've had here this morning in regards to this item, and you know, Countryman Joe is board member Countryman is you know, recognizing something that needs to be recognized. You know, that we've come along. That you know, technology has brought the inspection process a long way. You know, it still boils down to local control, as it's been stated. It boils down to local assessments. You know, if you're not able to get the resources that you have, especially in these small rural communities, it doesn't matter how well the process has moved along. The process has moved beyond these smaller jurisdictions. And so how do we, you know, our next item is about subvention programs that are in the Delta. I mean, is that something that we've looked at for some of the northern smaller communities that they have some assistance as it relates to this, because the bottom line, as we all know, is public safety. And so if they're not doing the work because they don't have the resources, then we need to recognize that and try to find a way to move past it. But just simply penalizing small communities and taking them out of programs that could benefit their communities, that's really not the answer. It's just showing that, and it's been stated today that, larger, more financed districts have the ability to work through these programs or through advocacy because they have the personnel to do it. The smaller rural communities do not. And so I guess that's just my point on this particular item today.
Okay, Preston, Wade, and Sterling, I appreciate your presentation. This is demonstrating a lot of progress we've made. I really I attend all of the levy inspections, compliance work groups, and I think we're making some progress there, and we've obviously made some progress technologically. We'll just have to keep working at it and keep doing what we're doing. I think that's a good result of this presentation. Members, I think I'm going to take a 15-minute break, please, and let the staff and court reporter catch up to where we are. So at this point, we'll recess for 15 minutes. Ryan, could you put a slide on the screen, please? Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. Members were on item 9C, Delta Levy Maintenance Program, and Sandy Maxwell has this report.
Chair, I had a question.
Yes.
Oh yeah, this is Dominic Gooley again. Thank you for that good report on those levy inspection reports. That's great to know. I'm a trustee on the Reclamation District 1614. And to the north of our district, we're protected by, I think it's a project levy along the Calaveras River on the south bank. And so I thought that was a project levy. So I looked into the CDAC on the status of that levy. I couldn't find it. And then my other concern with that levy is I noticed you do have channel inspection reports, and I didn't see any channel inspection report for the Calaveras River. I'm concerned about that because we have a lot of, there's a lot of growth within the channel that I feel like the flow of the river. So my question is that river part of the state plan, and where do we find the levy inspection reports and the channel reports for that channel?
This is Wade. I can respond to that. So the channels that we inspect are specifically listed in water code. If there's a levee, a state plan of flood control levee next to the river that you're speaking of, then our inspectors will document any kind of encroachments within that channel that may impact the capacity of it. But beyond that, they're not part of the listed channel. So, and then as far as the reports on CDEC, I think in the report we've got links to those locations, and I wish, is there a chat that I can pop a link into? Can I do that?
Well, I'm looking at the report right now, and the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District is responsible for the maintenance of the Calaveras River. And it's a critical river to the city of Stockton. I'm quite frankly, as an engineer in the Delta, this levee system is more concerning to me than most levees in Stockton, because the Calaveras River can get significant flow. I mean, if you look over at the bypass and how wide that is compared to how wide the Calaveras River is along the north side of my Reclamation District 1614, it's a wonder how all that water can flow through there. So my question in general is, if this is a state project levy, do you guys do inspections on them, or where are the levy inspection reports? Because I'm not about 90% positive that the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District is who's responsible for maintenance, but it's not listed here on the Appendix B. Individual agency.
Dominic, we're going to have to take this question offline because I'm falling behind in my agenda, please. Wade, could you provide him with the information offline so we can proceed with the meeting, please?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sandy, please.
Morning, Board President and Vice President Dolan, members of the board. My name is Sandy Maxwell, and I'm with the Delta Levy Subventions Program. Oh. Should I just keep going?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I'm here today to tell you a little bit about the Delta Levy Subventions Program and recommend approval for the fiscal year 1920 estimated reimbursements, the amended fiscal year 2021 funding plan, and our $10 million request for funding for fiscal year 21-22. So on our next slide, it's supporting the Delta. And so I'll tell you a little bit about our Delta. The Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta is one of California's most important regions. The Delta supports significant agricultural, urban, and ecological systems and is critical, as you know, to California's water supply. Because of the importance of the Delta to California, Senate Bill 541, which is the Way Bill, was passed in 1973, establishing the Delta Levees Maintenance Subventions Program. Our program is a cost-share program and provides financial assistance to local levee maintaining agencies for maintenance and rehabilitation. In the early days of the program, we supported just a handful of LMAs. Today, we support over 70. Much of the state's economy depends on the levees in the Delta for conveyance and for protecting water quality and water supply. The water that flows through the Delta serves the needs of some 27 million Californians and provides irrigation water for more than 3 million acres of agricultural land. These same levees also protect habitat, wildlife, and local and legacy communities. It is important to emphasize that the consistent funding provided annually to the LMAs by the Subventions Program has helped to reduce flood risk and prevent levee failure. There has not been a significant levee failure in the Delta for almost 20 years. It shows what a great job we're doing. The goal of the Subventions Program, as explained in the Water Code, is to preserve the physical characteristics of the Delta, essentially in their present form, while at the same time ensuring no net loss of habitat. To do this, the Subventions Program works closely with the reclamation districts to provide maintenance, rehabilitation, and emergency response. This map of the Delta shows the over $230 million of funding the Subventions Program has provided to LMAs over the life of the program, which is almost 50 years now. The importance of this investment is demonstrated all day, every day. Delta levees contend with climate change, tidal fluctuation, changing weather conditions, excess and unwanted vegetation growth, burrowing animals, and trespassers. We are currently reimbursing for fiscal year 2019-20. The program received 68 final claims for almost $12 million. The Subventions Program will provide an estimated reimbursement of $8.4 million. This is detailed in Table A of your staff report. Maintenance activities for fiscal year 19-20 included vegetation, rodent control, ditch clearing, riprap placement, and erosion repairs. Today, the LMAs are wrapping up their levee maintenance for fiscal year 2021. This maintenance work the LMAs began in July of 2020 and will complete at the end of this month, will be included in their final claims and submitted to the Subventions Program in November to begin the payment process. This past April, the Subventions Program received 73 applications for fiscal year 21-22, requesting maintenance funding for over 800 miles of levees in the Delta. The funding for fiscal year 21-22 is proposed at $10 million. This amount has been allocated in Table 2 of your staff report to the 73 local agencies that have applied for funding. Because the Delta is so important to California, the board, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the LMAs, and DWR all work together through the Subventions Program to help fund, maintain, and protect the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. This annual investment ensures the integrity of the levee system while at the same time preserving and protecting the California's water supply. According to the Water Code, and because millions of Californians rely on water passing through the Delta, the Subventions Program staff recommends the board approve the fiscal year 19-20 estimated reimbursements, the amended fiscal year 2021 funding plan, the fiscal year 21-22 $10 million funding plan and authorize us to begin preparing the fiscal year 21-22 subventions program work agreements. So that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions?
Questions from the board?
Bill, this is Mike.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. My internet's been bad. I don't know if this is, I don't have a question. I just had a comment. Is that better at the end, or how would you like to?
No, go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
I want to give, I think, my opinion, credit where credit's due for this whole team that works on this. Sandy and them have done a great job, continually briefing us, keeping Joe and I posted, including us in meetings with constituents. And I just wanted to share that. I usually wait to the end, but I figure, what the heck, this year I'm going to do it in the beginning.
That's fine, Mike. Thank you. Sandy, I'm always concerned about not we're leaving about $2 million on the table every time we come up with this program. And is that because of the cost sharing amount? Is that because we can't get the work done? Or what is that?
I think well, it could be the cost share. What we're doing is the reclamation districts do the work, as you know, and then they provide us with their bills. And after we evaluate their bill to make sure it is consistent with our program's guidelines, then we provide the reimbursement. So this year we're only asking for 10 million because we talked to the RDs and we've looked at past years of funding, and we think the $10 million should be closer. We don't want to ever not have enough. So that 10 million is closer to what we're going to need. There is some thought that next year there's going to be more need after speaking with the reclamation district representatives. So next year we may be asking for a little bit more. The nice part about our program, and I think Steve could talk to this, is that if we don't use the money this year, we'll roll it over to next year, and then we'll roll it over to the year after, so that we might be able to get an extra half a year or another year of funding. So it benefits us.
Right. Okay, any other questions? Okay, do we have a motion from the board, please?
I'll make the motion, Bill. You know, I don't usually, but I'm happy to.
Okay, that the staff report be approved?
I'll
Yes.
second that.
Who seconded that? Was that Jane? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Move by.
Can we have a roll call on this, please? I'm sorry.
Yes. Go ahead.
I was just asking to have a roll call vote on these items.
Okay.
Thank you.
Board Member Grego,
Yes.
Board Member Johnson,
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez,
Aye.
Board Member Valines,
Aye.
Board Member Countryman,
Yes.
Vice President Dolan,
yes.
President Edgar.
Yes. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for supporting subventions. We look forward to working with you and coming every year. So thank you. It's good to see you all as well.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're on item 9D. Mary Jimenez, please.
Good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. Am I being heard okay?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So good morning, President Edgar, members of the board. It's a pleasure to see you this morning. My name is Mary Jimenez. with the Department of Water Resources and System-Wide Multi-Benefit Initiatives branch. I'd like to check in really quickly and make sure my colleague David Martagian has been able to log on okay as well. David, are you on?
I am, Mary.
All right, so glad to hear your voice as well. So David and I are pleased to provide you an update on development of the 2022 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. Next slide, please. All right, so an overview of our presentation today. I'll begin by giving a brief recap of the topics presented to the board last month, where Chris Williams presented on deferred maintenance and OMRR, operations, maintenance, repair, rehabilitation, replacement as an important component of the flood plan update. Last month, I also introduced performance tracking and outcome-based planning as additional content in the plan. And then I'll pivot to where we are today and a focus on continued dialogue on the performance tracking and outcome-based planning topic. And then I'll hand off to David Martagian, who will give a briefing on the update of the conservation strategy. And so last but not least, the brief look ahead to where we're going. Look forward to continued work with the board and our other partners to develop continued information around alignment with other efforts that are important to the CVFPB and our planning area. Future updates on development of the investment strategy related content for the flood plan, and as we hit future milestones in our technical analyses as well. So a lot more to come over the next few months. Next slide, please. Next slide. And the next slide. Thank you. So last month, Chris Williams gave a detailed update on development of deferred maintenance and OMRR information for the flood plan. The results of the 2017 efforts had some notable successes in addressing challenging issues associated with OMRR, including the $25 million per year increase in baseline funding received by DWR's Flood Maintenance Office, the $200 million one-time appropriations for deferred maintenance and emergency rehab that was received following 2017, and the resolution passed by the board, resolution number 2018-06, that really doubled down and confirmed the state plan of flood control OMRR standards and highlighted the need for local maintaining agencies to reach PL 8499 compliance status and seek necessary funding. So positive outcomes from an emphasis on OMRR in 2017 that we're building on today. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So following the work in 2017, it was widely recognized that deferred maintenance was an aspect of OMRR, needing particularly urgent action and attention. At that time, we had a rough estimate of the funding needs at that time, but continued conversations with the Department of Finance and others have really highlighted the need for us to dig in further. So Chris Williams and the investment strategy team are working diligently to better identify and quantify deferred maintenance within the 2022 flood plan update and collaborating with others to refine the associated cost estimates. Next slide, please. So why is quantifying deferred maintenance so important? I'm pleased to just kind of share this dialogue with you all today after the robust discussion on Wade Wiley's presentation. I'm sorry, previous, please. Can you back up one slide, please? Thank you. Insufficient funding is a big deal, as you all know, and it was excuse me, one more slide back. Insufficient funding has been a major problem. And so increasing that level of funding while at the same time.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, are we on?
One more slide, please, on the quantifying deferred maintenance.
I have a Zoom.
Can you please go forward to the quantifying deferred maintenance slide? And one more, please. Thank you. So the need for increased funding. So we identified the need in 2017, and many thanks to the board's leadership in that matter. The legislature had really begun to listen, and so we need to continue to emphasize the needs for deferred maintenance. So moving forward into 2017, or moving forward from 2017 to 2022, this slide summarizes the current nature of the update in the 2022 plan. So although we have not reconvened a formal work group and we're not doing a major update of the technical memo, the updated description and refinements to the data that we are pursuing will feed directly into chapters 3 and 4 of the 2022 update. So working as diligently and as efficiently as we can to make a meaningful update. So the scope of refinements that are included in that update is leaning on heavily on incorporating feedback from our local partners in DWR's flood maintenance office that are the experts on the needs for OMRR with respect to their costs and so forth. So digging into that actively right now. Next slide, please. Ready for the next slide? And so before I move on to performance tracking, I can pause for any questions or comments from the board on the first section.
Mary, on the questions on the refinements to Chris Williams' engineering technical memo, are we we're going to refine that a little bit, still keeping in place the board's resolution on OMRRR, but there's going to be some refinements to that, detailed information. But are you saying that you're taking the information that Wade Wiley and the other, I forget his name, the fellow from Sterling York. Yeah, Sterling York and Preston are actually doing at this point? How does that interface with work Chris Williams is doing?
It's very complementary, I guess, in a sense that I'll start with that. So a lot of the good work that Wade Wiley and folks are doing on the inspection side is going to support the flood plan update as well, in part through the update to the flood system status report.
Okay.
And our updated description of inspections and flood system conditions. So in my mind, very complementary to the updates, refinements to the cost side. So
okay,
two directions.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions to Mary before we move on? Okay, please continue, Mary.
Okay, thank you. And so moving on. So last month, I followed Chris Williams with an introduction to the outcome-based planning and performance tracking topic related to our 2022 update. So as mentioned before, 2017 was really the introduction to performance outcome-based and performance tracking, set the direction for future updates to the plan to provide, iterate to provide greater value to the state of California and provide accountability to our taxpayers. So next slide, please. As an introduction in 2017, we had example metrics for tracking that were provided within the update in Chapter 2, including the ecosystem vitality metrics that had been newly developed at the time for the conservation strategy. At that time, some data was acknowledged as existing that could be leveraged to further develop this performance tracking system, but it was clear even then that a lot more work remained to be done as a longer-term endeavor. All right, next slide, please. Thank you. So moving forward into the updated content we're preparing for 2022. The CVFPB team was pleased to participate at the board's public workshop just a couple weeks ago, where we were able to do a deep dive into development of the content for the plan and enjoy a really engaging discussion and thoughtful remarks from the board. So I'll touch on just a few of those highlights today to not be too duplicative of the workshop that we just had, but then end with a summary of some of the major feedback we received. And so I'll pause for their thoughts and comments on that, if that's a good time to do so. So the 2022 update is building upon the work of 2017 and enabling integration across scales, from the highest level of sustainability that is the focus of the California Water Plan, down to the lower levels of societal benefits that can be described and quantified in the CVFPB, and then down through projects, and finally enabling conditions at the bottom as the foundation for supporting implementation of the plan over time. Next slide, please. Next slide. With the flood and ecosystem-related water sector focus of the CVFPB, including the conservation strategy, excuse me. I'm sorry, go back. Thank you. We're focusing our initial efforts in performance tracking on, one more slide forward, please, on the public safety and ecosystem vitality societal values with the best data and information we can collect and summarize at this time in the planning area. We're continuing to evaluate and develop concepts for implementation of this outcome-based performance tracking system, and discussing how to display, share, and describe our results, while at the same time working closely with the water plan team that is scoping a regional atlas effort for their next update in 2020. Next slide. So at the board's June workshop, Lori Clemmer-Ochoa from my team was able to give a live demonstration of the flood performance tracking system as it's currently being developed now. So it has progressed well from mostly a shell of a system with some placeholder data, now towards a system with some initial project information populated that can support estimated contributions to the conservation strategy's measurable objectives that will be reported in the conservation strategy and CVFPB updates in 2020. Yet, but we do have a longer term vision and expectation to have both internally facing and externally facing versions in the future. Next slide, please. We were very much appreciative of the helpful dialogue around performance tracking at the board's workshop. A few of the major pieces of feedback that we received include acknowledging the leadership that's needed for advancing the performance tracking framework and bringing awareness to high priority needs and issues related to that. Continuing to provide transparency on the status of meeting the conservation strategy measurable objectives. And lastly, considering development of more detailed funding reports as part of the progress reporting. With respect to those items, for DWR, my team is definitely pleased to continue to provide leadership in developing this framework for the CVFPB and continue to compile and provide necessary data and information as we can to help bring awareness and shine a spotlight on those high priority needs and issues that will require continued strong collaboration between DWR, the board, and our partners to resolve. We will also continue to provide transparency with the board and our partners on all the information we're able to gather and report on the status of meeting the measurable objectives in this state best we can. And lastly, we are considering how much detail that we will be able to report for funding in this flood plan update versus what may be worthy of a longer term effort to develop more detailed information as resources allow post 2022. So with that, I'd like to pause for questions and comments. Thank you.
Any questions for Mary at this point? Guess not, Mary.
Okay, so thank you very much. Next slide, please. All right, David, if you're ready.
Thank you, Mary. Morning, David.
Good morning, Board President Edgar. Good morning, Vice President Dolan, members of the board. My name is David Martasian, and I'm the manager of the System-Wide Environmental Support Section in the Division Multi-Benefit Initiatives, work in Mary's branch. One of our responsibilities in our section is to lead the update of the conservation strategy. The conservation strategy, as most of you know, is a supporting document, but a primary component of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. So first, let me give kind of a high-level overview of the organization of the document and scope. This slide summarizes the chapters that are laid out in the 2022 Conservation Strategy Update. The first chapter pulls forward some of the key components of the 2016 Conservation Strategy Update, like the measurable objectives, and introduces the 2022 update and the basic organization of the document. Chapter 2 is about implementation of the 2016 Conservation Strategy and our collective progress on that front. Chapter 3 contains a few new species, some updates on the implementation approach, and identifies priority actions between now and the next update. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes the full list of the current technical appendices in the Conservation Strategy Update. At this time, the stakeholder draft that was released in May only included Appendix G, which were the advisory committee recommendations. We hope to have the remaining appendices out to stakeholders sometime in early July. I also want to note that there are appendices from the 2016 document that are not included in this list, or we're not planning on including in the update, but they still apply. And an example of that would be Appendix L, which outlines how we developed on the basis of the conservation strategy measurable objectives. Next slide, please. So taking a little deeper dive into the conservation strategy update, I'm going to talk in a little bit more detail about these 5 bullets here at the top. Integration of recommendations, our progress in implementing multi-benefit projects, identification of multi-benefit implementation impediments, what's new, and the coordination and alignment with other state and local plans. There is additional content that I can't cover all today, and I also want to point out that the draft, the stakeholder draft that went out in May, is truly a draft. It's not all done yet. There are elements in there that are placeholders because of the back and forth relationship that we're having with development of the actual plan and trying to integrate elements of the conservation strategy in the plan, and inversely elements of the plan, like the investment strategy, for example, within the conservation strategy. Some of those pieces aren't fully baked yet. Next slide, please. So, as far as recommendations go, they come from multiple sources. Certainly, the board's advisory committee has provided significant input to this document, as well as recommendations from the last update of the CVFPB, the conservation strategy, and feedback from RFMPs. A key takeaway is that for the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update, there is recognition that multi-benefit projects are an essential component of plan implementation. And if I state it another way, successful implementation of the CVFPB is dependent upon the conservation strategy. In many ways, the 2 documents are inseparable, and conservation components of the plan are a high priority for the department. Next slide, please. So This slide is meant to visually represent the review of recommendations from the multiple sources and where they may land, and the feedback loop of those recommendations. So if you just look at the brown box on the left, it highlights advisory committee recommendations that we received in November of last year, and some of them in late winter of this year. And basically what we've been doing over the last multiple months is taking those recommendations, in addition to recommendations from other sources, and deciding where they best fit, whether or not they should be in the conservation strategy alone, whether or not they should be in the CVFPB main document, or if they should be in both. So DWR is currently tracking all the advisory committee recommendations. And I guess I also want to highlight that other recommendations as we work through this may be developed that focus on specific policy issues or that are derived from the plan or the conservation strategy climate change analysis. And those recommendations may be reorganized and or edited to make them more specific, actionable, or measurable. If you move across on this slide towards the center column, you can see what I was verbally saying, that the comments or the recommendations could fall into any one of a number of boxes, but that if you go all the way over to the far right, that there's an expected feedback loop of, once we get these things out in document form, conservation strategy has been released to limited stakeholders, the plan in August to limited stakeholders as well. We expect a feedback loop of response and how we've dealt with some of these comments, and then we may adjust those further before our public drafts or final. Next slide, please. This slide kind of summarizes in bullets what I said, if it wasn't already clear from the visual representation I just provided. Again, the recommendations may be featured in the plan update, the conservation strategy update, or both. And DWR is tracking all the advisory committee recommendations and plan to be able to provide guidance to the advisory committee on where those have landed and how we have implemented those or used those towards implementation. Other recommendations may be developed, and recommendations may be reorganized and edited to make them more specific, actionable, or measurable. Next slide, please. So I'd like to just quickly highlight the progress towards meeting some of the conservation strategy measurable objectives. This slide shows that since 2016, between 2016 and 2021, there have been 5 multi-benefit projects that we are currently counting towards meeting the conservation strategy measurable objectives. There are 5 multi-benefit projects currently under construction and another 10 or so anticipated between 2022 and 2027. Again, a reminder that the contribution to the conservation strategy measurable objectives are reported based on conservation planning areas and habitat types. If I can have the next slide, please, it gives more of a visual representation of that. This shows 2 different measurable objectives within the 5 different conservation planning areas. The blue bars represent the objective goals, and the salmon colored bars show what we're currently thinking we have achieved towards meeting those goals. Again, it's highlighted on here. These are preliminary, they're draft. We're still chewing on some of the numbers, what should be included and what maybe shouldn't be included. We're hoping to provide some additional clarity to others as well on how we are doing that. I guess a key takeaway here, without dwelling on the numbers, is that we've made some progress towards meeting some of these measurable objectives, but we still have significant room for additional progress towards meeting those measurable objectives. Next slide, please. So for more than a year now, we've been working with stakeholders to get an assessment of what the impediments to implementation have been. We've done surveys, interviews, and we've been engaged with the advisory committee. So we've tried to roll that feedback up and document it in the conservation strategy update. And if I can have the next slide, please. There's 2 slides here. These next 2 slides represent the contributing factors to the challenges, limiting factors to implementation. And if you look at the bottom of the slide here, probably no surprise to most of you that project proponent leadership and funding ability are 2 of the largest contributing factors to limiting implementation. And if I can have the next slide, please, Ryan. This slide shows a similar takeaway of other limiting factors, that funding source requirements, and the funding limitations relative to we've talked about that a little bit today, about flavor of one bond versus another, and what it can go towards funding, and the fact that many of these projects, these larger multi-benefit projects, need multiple funding sources, and there's a lot of work that goes into tracking that expenditure on both ends, and in making sure that the implementers and the funding entity, in the case often of DWR or other funding entities, that the funding limitations are being met. It's been voiced more than once that is a significant challenge for folks who are receiving the funding. In trying to pair it up for a large multi-benefit project, you may need to get 2, 3, 4 or more sources of funding to implement a project, and all of those different funding sources have different nuances to them. Next slide, please. So the conservation strategy, the 2016 conservation strategy, included 17 target species that were rolled up to kind of develop the measurable objectives, and that could benefit from implementation of the conservation strategy. The conservation strategy, or the conservation needs of these target species, were part of the basis for development of those measurable objectives. For 2022, we're proposing adding 3 additional species to that target list, but not updating the measurable objectives at this time. We are discussing and planning for revisiting the measurable objectives for the 2017 update. Next slide, please. The 3 species that that we have added, or are proposing to add this go around, are the yellow-breasted chat, the tricolored blackbird, and the Delta smelt. And part of the rationale for that is that some of the projects that we think will be coming online, and the goals of the measurable objectives, that they could easily complement these 3 species and help bring the trajectory of their curves more into a sustainable level. Next slide, please. So Alignment with other plans and efforts. So in developing the conservation strategy and the main Central Valley Flood Protection Plan document, we're putting significant thought and energy into alignment with other related federal, state, and local plans. Examples include the Water Resilience Portfolio, the California Water Plan, San Joaquin River Restoration Program, just to name a few. This slide is just meant to visually represent kind of some of those plans and programs that we are trying to align with and how we are aligning with them. Next slide, please. So this kind of gives you a timeline of where we're at right now for the 2022 conservation strategy update. So we're approaching the end of Q2. We've received feedback, comments from the advisory committee. We are in the process of integrating those, as well as still processing some of the recommendations that were provided from the advisory committee, as well as all the other recommendations I spoke about earlier in this presentation, with the plan of having a public draft out and available in the fall of 2021, and the final draft submitted with the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update in 2022. And with that, I think I can close, and I'm happy to take questions now, or we can hand it over for Mary to give a little bit of a snapshot of where we're going.
Okay, I think we can, David, we can take questions now. I think what I've said this before, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it's pretty obvious for me, to me, that we're not going to meet these objectives. These goals can't be met with our just letting it go without any intervention. So the question is, what are you going to do to intervene to make sure that these goals are met? And it seems to me somebody needs to be talking about this and presenting options to the leadership so that the policymakers can begin to decide what's necessary in order to achieve these objectives. Because it's pretty obvious that from your numbers so far that if we don't do that, we're going to end up at the end of whatever period of time we want to look at way below what the goals are. Now, we can always change the goals, but that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, at least at this point. We've only had really, after we got going, only a couple of months this year to look at that. So we ought to at least wait another year to get some real data. But my sense is that unless we intervene and do something on a proactive basis, it's just, we're going to end up with no progress, or not the progress we want at the end, especially with some of the species, it looks like. So I said that before, and I'll just say it again. Mary, did you want to make some closing comments, or should we continue to take questions at this point?
Happy to continue to take questions on the content.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Mr. President? Yes, not a question. This is Jane Dolan. Thank you very much for this information. And yes, our president is exactly right. We all know that we have not invested or provided the resources necessary to achieve these goals. They're necessary and they're large, and the impediments now are really being refined and known. So we have to pass that on. And I know the efforts being made on that. Insofar as the conservation strategy draft, please know that the advisory committee felt I guess, honored and a commitment to their effort that the administrative draft was released. And so that's great. But I know that you, Mr. Martesian, and others recognize that you didn't get a lot of feedback from the advisory committee on the draft, because we recognize that because of the work schedule, that administrative draft really was kind of put together before the advisory committee was able to submit their robust list of recommendations. So we do know that you're going through those and you analyze maybe conservation strategy, maybe plan, maybe something else like push for implementation rather than the goal. But I'm kind of hoping that the appendices could also be released. You know, they're technical, they're informational. I think they would assist the group and some others with understanding the interweaving of these drafts of the strategy and the plan so that they can provide good recommendations. So I feel good that you said perhaps in July. So I hope that can happen. We do have some of us who really will read all these appendices, and it will help us with the way we can assist in moving this forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Dolan.
Mr. President, Board Member Ramirez has his hand up. Oh,
Tim?
Sorry, Board Member Johnson.
Thanks, Leslie. Thanks, Bill. And thanks for the update. I just wanted to make maybe an observation and perhaps a recommendation, but it's just me, so maybe it's a recommendation for people to think about, and we can talk about it later. It occurred to me when the presentation was being made about the conservation strategy, and words were used like inseparable, integrated, dependent on, in terms of the strategy with the rest of the plan. I don't know why we continue to have them be separate at this point. You know, the plan at the beginning was for it to be included in the plan. And for various reasons, almost 10 years ago, it got pulled out. It was a big debate whether or not we needed even to include it in our adoption package the first time in 2012. And I think it's getting a lot of attention. I think is really great. But I also feel like we're treating it separately, and as a consequence, maybe we're losing some of the connective tissue and also some of the pragmatic realities about how we want to measure our progress. Through a whole bunch of information, the inspections, where we're not making and meeting our objectives. This is not uncommon. We have lots in the system that need a lot of help. And if we were reminded not just about how we're doing in terms of progress, but what it means to establish these objectives. At them all, then what? Are we done? I don't think so. I think it's supposed to be ongoing tools that we use to assess investments and improvements. And I think it's going to be hard to do to keep these as separate documents. So it's probably too late to do it now. I don't want Mary's mouth and her jaw to fall on the table at this point. But if she's all for it and thinks she can make it happen, then that's great. But I would suggest to try to think about these things at the same time again and bring them back together. And maybe next year when we adopt, one of our recommendations will be to not have them be separate any longer. But as they're being drafted and as they're getting pulled together and we're looking at them, I would urge all of us to think about how they relate to each other. They might be able to be nested with a plan, not two plans, because I think it's not helping us track some of the real policy issues that we're concerned about. So I just wanted to toss that out there for people to think about. And if there's interest to talk about it more, we certainly could do that. But I wanted to just make the observations now. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Ramirez, and I'll let Mary say something if she wants to afterwards. But I feel obliged to, at least if I didn't highlight it enough, we are making a strong effort to include much more of the conservation strategy in the CVFPB main document this go around. So I mean, the proof is in the pudding, right? So when we give you the final product, I mean, maybe that'll be the gauge. But I want you to know that we are making a conscious effort to roll more of it up. And that is part of the reason why we have for example, the advisory committee recommendations. We haven't gotten back to the advisory committee on where all of those have landed yet, because we are trying to take a concerted approach. I'm not working on the conservation strategy in a vacuum outside of the folks that are working on the plan document. I'm working very closely with the folks that are working on the plan. And when we're looking at those recommendations, we have a strike team that contains folks from across the department, and even, you know, board staff representatives. Ruth Darling is on there looking at how we are proposing to roll certain things up into the plan and maybe keep certain things in the conservation strategy. I do very much hear what your proposal, your suggestion is there, and I'm not sure I've decided fully myself yet which direction is the best to go. But I do think there is potential value in having some additional detail in the standalone conservation strategy document, as long as the important implementation elements and the rationale get rolled up into the larger document. And I'll turn the mic over if Mary has anything else to say. Or
yeah, I can add to that. I really appreciate Board Member Ramirez's comments, and yours too, David. I think there is room for creativity and in thinking moving forward as to how to continue to bring these together as well as possible. I've struggled with the same thing, Board Member Ramirez, that David just mentioned, which is that it seemed to me is there's a certain amount of foundational scientific detail that would be just too much and too heavy for the plan itself. And so how do we package that together, retain the scientific rigor, but at the same time, have it as seamlessly as possible integrated into the plan, in the narrative, in our information and everything else. So definitely more thinking and discussion to be had about how to do that moving forward.
Mary, haven't we done that with, this is Bill, haven't we done that with other more detailed technical information in the format of an appendix informing the document itself, but the technical data is contained in the appendix? We've got, I don't know, 11 appendices this report to the flood plan already. Couldn't we do the same thing?
That's true. It's a combination of appendices and supporting documents, right? So that's a really good comment, I think, about, you know, what makes sense as an appendix versus a supporting document and what that organization looks like.
Yeah, right. Because we've done that with a whole bunch of things that are in the flood status report and all of those kinds of things that have technical information in it that support the conclusions and recommendations in the plan itself. So I don't see that that's a big deal. The problem with doing that is, and the problem last time was that we'd lose the conservation strategy and the value of what is in that report being in the document itself. And that's what drove us to split it out in the first place. And now we're arguing that it ought to be a major factor in all of the discussions and decisions we make in the plan anyway. So that's I'm glad you're thinking about it. It's an interesting question. Any other comments? Okay.
Steve, you're muted.
Hands to be raised. There's 2 raised hands there.
Okay. Who has a comment?
Steve, we can't hear you. Or I can.
Well, I would take Brian Johnson first.
Yeah, Steve Rockhart and I both
put our hands up. Steve, if you're able to come off, you seem to be intending to follow on Tim's comment. If you are, I'll yield my time for a second. You go first, you can come off.
Steve, we can't hear you.
Yeah, Steve, we're not able to hear you, and I'm also picking up a bunch of background noise, and so I'll go next, and maybe folks can mute, and then Steve can try again in a second. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of noise. I don't know if it'll help if people mute, but thank you. Maybe it's my end. So I just wanted to weigh in here first. David and Mary and all of your drafting team to say thanks for the effort that you're putting in and for the spirit, in which you're engaging with flood board staff and myself and Vice President Dolan and the outside stakeholders. I also hope we can get the appendices out for review soon, and also believe that to the extent that we can help the advisory committee and other commenters, RFMPs, have a sense of what we're doing with their comments, that will help them refine their next round. As people have alluded to, we've had sort of a rolling drafting and commenting process, and it's not entirely clear to some of the commenters where we're at with their comments, and if we can help, that will allow us to get to President Edgar's suggestion that the recommendations get very direct about how we can intervene to make this go faster. Am I being heard, or are you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Some of you, my internet's been bad all morning, and I was getting some looks. I wanted to check. And then to Tim's comment, I entirely agree. From my perspective, there isn't and can't be any distance between conservation strategy and flood plan, whether we call them separate plans or not. As we're set up now, we have a slightly different drafting and approval process that's staged. But I think folks are trying hard to make sure that they're integrated, and they should be. And when we get to the flood plan coming afterward, we should all consider the best way to include at a minimum, include the top line information from the conservation strategy, so that it's clear that it's part of the flood plan, and have the conservation strategy be detailed, and we can talk about exactly what that looks like. But make sure that there isn't any space, and that it's clear that they're consistent, and that success on one depends on success on the other, if they have different names. Thank you. Over.
Okay, Steve Rother, can you unmute yourself, and you have your hand raised? Steve, we can't hear you.
This is Nancy Stevens with Jack. It is mute and unmute doesn't work. So I think we have a very large committee of internet issues today. So I feel for you. Gotta do sign language.
Steve, we can't hear you at this point, so I'm gonna move on. Okay. All right. Any other questions or issues on Mary's proposal or Mary's presentation? Okay, Mary, do you have any final comments?
Bill, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I've been having some of the same problems, but it was silent for a second. Sorry.
Okay, Mary, do you have any final comments on this report, please?
I think I'm unmuted now.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah, I don't, President Edgar. I just wanted to thank you and the board again for having David and me and for all your support. Thank
Okay,
you.
just a compliment to you, Mary. You're doing great work, and we're pleased with that. Obviously, Vice President Dolan and Member Johnson are keeping track of this, so we're kind of depending on them to provide the advice from the board to the advisory committee. So appreciate your diligence in that regard. Members, I'm going to call a short break before we go to item 10, which is the board items. Ryan, can you put a note on the item that will be back in 10 minutes, please? Okay, members, we're back in session. We're on item number 10. As I said in my preliminary remarks, item 10 is being pulled from the agenda and will be considered late at a later date, I'm assuming. So we'll go to item 10B, and that's the automatic board order permit number 10248 revocation. And Preston Shopbill has that. This is an action item for the board, for the members. So Preston, please take away.
Good afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, sounds good.
Okay, great. Okay, good afternoon. So my name is Preston Shopbell. I'm the chief of the inspection section here at the board. I'm here to talk to you about an automatic board order number 10248, revoking the permit for automatic board order permit to 10248. Next slide, please. So before I get into background, I just wanted to back up even further and just remind the board that Sarah Backus, the counsel for board staff, talked to you all about revocations and the process that it follows. It's essentially the same process as enforcement cases. We try to do our due diligence before taking any sort of action revoking a permit. And I came and talked to the board in October of 2020 as an overall background with ABOs, but wanted to give you a super brief background to get everyone back in the swing of what these things are and what we're trying to do today.
Thank you.
Automatic, sure. So automatic board order permits were issued in the early 1970s for existing encroachments along the system through a shortened kind of abbreviated process. There was a process guide, and essentially it was a inventory that inspectors took along the levees, categorized facilities that they saw on the levees, as part of the system, and also what they believed to be as encroachments, private encroachments. Some of those categorizations were not always accurate, and so we have these automatic board orders that may have certain items that were thought to be parts of this, there were thought to be encroachments that are actually part of the system. Another issue with these ABOs was that they didn't have written acknowledgement or acceptance of those conditions that are typically in a permit from the landowner. So either by the one existing at the time or definitely not by the one the current landowners of today. Another big feature or shortcoming of those was that it did not include written authorization by the Corps for the project levies. So no letters of objection, nor letters of permission to state that the Corps understands and is okay with some of those encroachments being there. So fast forwarding in June of 2019, the board passed Resolution 2019-4, which rescinded the process guide, which is called Manager Guide 20, and stated that any system feature that was on an ABO permit with evidence should be tracked through the state's levy logs and maintained by the local maintaining agency. That resolution, and at that time at that board meeting, the board directed staff to start doing research for ABO permits along Poudre Creek and Willow Slough as sort of a pilot program to see what kind of research goes into it, what's needed, and what comes out of that, and to periodically report back to the board. So the reports on that progress are contained in the executive officer's report on a monthly basis. And today, what we're bringing to you is the first automatic board order permit that has what we believe a system feature, a project feature that's listed on it that is actually part of the system, and therefore, since it's the only thing on the permit that is a system feature, this permit should no longer exist and needs to be revoked. Next slide, please. So diving in, ABO permit 10248, very simple. One item issued to Campbell Soup Company of New Jersey for a ramp on the landward side of a levee at levee mile 3.5 on the north side of Buda Creek. If you could advance it one more. And to put this into real world location, it's about a quarter of a mile east of Mace Boulevard, which is also the Solano and Yolo County line. And the local maintaining agency in the area is DWR Sacramento Maintenance Yard. It's their maintenance area for this one. And advance the slide, please. And a little bit more zoomed in, the landowner on the north side is HM Claus. They, I believe, purchased the property from Campbell Soup, New Jersey a while back. They do not use that ramp, and there's a gate at the bottom of the ramp to prevent access to their property as well. Go ahead. So our staff did research for an item to be considered, part of the system and for the function of the system. At very least, needs to be listed in the operations and maintenance manuals from the Corps or the corresponding as-built. And we found evidence of this at station 250 plus 20. That's right around levee mile 3.5. for an S-type ramp. So there's evidence that this was built as part of the project and that there was no evidence that there was an application or need by the landowner at the time, nor the current landowner. Go ahead. So Title 23, Section 28 is about revocation, and it allows for a permit to be revoked if the permit was issued in approved or issued in error. And pretty simply, we believe this permit was issued in error because of some of the reasons I stated before. It is listed in the USA as built. It was built for the proper function and access to the flood control system, which we consider to be a system feature. We have no application or acknowledgement of responsibility from the landowner or encroachment owner or the landowner at the time. The current landowner has not used it in at least the past 20 years and has no need for it. Part of it is maintained by the local maintaining agency, SAC Yard. They have a gate at the bottom with state keys on it. So I'd like to go through a quick chronology of some of the other analysis we did for this ABO, if you could advance the slide. So we did an initial outreach back in 2020 to the landowner HM Claus to get their input. Not saying when we had an idea of what might be going on with this ramp, but just to solicit their input to see if they use it. We sent that out by certified mail as per the regulations. And then in February 2021, we met with the landowner's representatives as well as the Department of Water Resources, SAC Yard, to confirm that that was a system feature. And with all the evidence that we had from the field visit, from our written records, staff was understanding that this was a system feature, and that Flood Maintenance Office would, as per the agreement of maintaining system features by local maintaining agencies, it would be maintained by the LMA. So again, for noticing purposes, 30 days prior to this meeting, we sent the staff report, hearing notice, and everything in your board package to Campbell Soup, which was promptly returned to us because there's no they're not there anymore, as well as HM Claus, the existing landowner, and they did not express any issues with the path forward that we've been taking. Go ahead, please. We also, according to CEQA, it was determined that this revocation actions is categorically exempt under an action of a regulatory agency to revoke permits. Next slide, please. And so, not to make it any more complicated than it needs to be, we recommend that the board adopts Revocation Order 2021-01 that revokes this permit, adopts the findings of fact that's in the staff report and in the revocation order itself, same information, that it is exempt from CEQA, and that ramp is a system feature maintained by and would be maintained by SAC Yard, and that permittee and or landowner don't have any obligation to maintain that system feature. With that, I'll take any questions.
Preston, this is Bill. I'm assuming, and I don't want Jane to jump out of her seat here, but I'm assuming that you're putting on the list of future items to be put in the regulations, Title 23, that the staff would have the authority to do these kinds of things, and we wouldn't have to waste time doing it, and you wouldn't have to waste time writing a report to get this done. Is that on your?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just jump in with that one. I think that's a little over Preston's grade at this moment, but it is something that at the executive level we've been talking about what our next Title 23 update is going to be, and our board counsel G. Dua is in charge of that, and this is something that is on the list. I don't know that it's exactly next, Mr. President, but it is something we're aware of.
Okay, as long as it's on the list, you know, it's up to you to prioritize what you want to do with that. But at least it's on the list and it's written down where we don't miss it next time, because this is now, Preston, on the when we, assuming the board goes ahead and adopts this resolution, it still remains as a technical feature in the system, and the DWR is going to accept the maintenance responsibility for it. Is that correct?
That's correct, right? And that's why we're trying to do that outreach before, make sure we're all on the same page. And you know, they have the opportunity to you know, chime in, and they are a great source to understand what really happens out there, and understand if the landowner is being truthful and understanding what's happening out there.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board? I don't see any. Do you, Les?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions from the public on this item? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Could I have a motion on this? Is an action item of the board. Could I have a motion and a second, please?
Mr. President, this is Dolan. I would move approval of the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Jane. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Brian. Please call the roll, Ryan.
Board Member Griego?
Yes.
Board Member Johnson?
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez?
Aye.
Board Member Valines?
Aye.
Board Member Countryman?
Yes.
Vice President Dolan?
Aye.
And President Edgar?
Yes. Thank you, Preston. Okay, members, we're on item 10C, and we have a potpourri of staff that will be talking about this item. Andrea Buckley, Greg Harvey, and Carrie Buckman, Andrea Buckley, and Carrie Buckman will be making this informational presentation. And I'll start off with Andrea, please.
Thank you, President Edgar. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, President Edgar, Vice President Dolan, and members of the board. My name is Andrea Buckley. I'm the Chief of the Environmental Services and Land Management Branch here at the board. Today, I'm going to be introducing item 10C, which is an informational briefing and a project update on DWR's Delta Conveyance Project. I'll be joined by our staff, Greg Harvey, the Plan Implementation and Compliance Branch Chief, who is overseeing the permitting authorizations for this project from our board. From DWR, we have Carrie Buckman, Environmental Program Manager for Delta Conveyance Project. And from the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority, we have Engineering Design Manager Phil Ryan. Next slide, Ryan, please. I would just like to review some of the previous board actions and engagement we've had on Delta Conveyance Project to date, starting with our first informational briefing here at the board in February of 2020. In addition, we had a request to initiate the 408 review that was submitted in March. And then due to considerations of stakeholder comments, the board postponed taking an action at that time. The board took the matter back up in May and conducted a hearing for the Army Corps of Engineers 408 review request, and it was granted. The board requested that the Army Corps of Engineers begin the 408 review process. Next slide, please, Ryan. I'd also like to highlight the comment letters that were submitted by board staff on Delta Conveyance Project to DWR. These both relate to the CEQA process and engineering review requests that have been made. And I believe a copy of those letters are in your board packet for reference. Board staff submitted a comment letter during open comment periods for both the initial study mitigated negative declarations for the soil investigations, as well as for the notice of preparation on the environmental impact report on the project itself. Additionally, board staff has responded to DWR's 408 request review, and board staff has been supportive of early coordination with both the core team to resolve any issues related to best management practices, methods and models used to analyze the proposed project. Next slide, please. And just a quick summary of the flavor of the comment letters that have been submitted to date. Board staff had concerns about possible changes to water surface elevations, project construction and operation interfering with flood-related O&M activities, heavy machinery and haul route and their relationship to vibratory impacts, and issues related to dewatering and potential soil settlement. For the data collection project ISMND that was commented on, we also had additional concerns relating to the level of specificity of the project description, as well as any deferral of reconnaissance level surveying. Additionally, board staff requested that a flood impact chapter or section be included in the project's environmental impact report. You will hear more about how DWR is addressing these comments that we have made over the last year and any requests in Ms. Buckman's presentation following Greg Harvey's. So before I introduce Mr. Harvey from our team to discuss the 408 review status and look ahead at future board actions and requests, I would like to reiterate we are supportive of early engagement with the Corps and our board staff to reduce any impacts to the state plan of flood control. Next slide, please, Ryan. And while there is not an action before the board today, we'd like to hope to keep you updated on any progress before we have any encroachment permit hearings that are noticed before this board, and we'll continue to bring informational briefings back. Next slide, please. And now I can turn it over to Greg Harvey, who will give the 408 review update. Greg?
Andrea, before you turn it over, you know, this is a project that's had a history. First called the Tunnel Project, then the Delta Fix Project, and now the Conveyance Project. So it's now, to the extent that we accumulated data for this project from the beginning, are we starting over again, or are we using information, material, and data that's been gathered and updating it? What's the process in terms of doing it?
I can let Greg speak to that on the more technical side of the accumulation of data. I do know that we're not starting over completely from scratch here. So Greg, do you have any comments in regards to President Edgar's question there?
You know, I think I agree with that, Andrea. I don't think we're starting over from scratch, but I believe that Karen Bachman and her project team and engineering staff could probably give you a better update on that, Mr. Edgar.
Okay. Okay. Then the other question is, Steve Rothert indicated today that there's some work now being done by the Corps of Engineers and in coordination with DWR, kind of a joint project in looking at the 100-year floodplain in the Delta. Is that work an outgrowth of this project, or is that something different?
I believe that's something different.
Okay.
I think that's part of this.
Maybe Steve can comment on that if he can get his computer working again. Okay, Greg, I'm sorry, please proceed.
Thank you, President Edgar. My name is Greg Harvey, and I oversee the Planned Implementation and Compliance Branch. And I'm going to give a quick update on staff's involvement for the 408 request to the Army Corps and the actions we've taken so far. So like Andrea pointed out, since the approval of the no objection letter in May, staff has met in May of 2020. Staff has met with Delta Conveyance project team and the Army Corps a few times to go over different items like hydraulic modeling and jurisdiction and the design of intake structures. And we met with the project team in September of 2020. And then we met for a follow-up in October. And then we also met with the Army Corps of Engineers in late October to go over some jurisdiction discussions. And then in April of 2021 of this year, we met with the project team and engineers to cover hydraulic modeling impacts. And now we are here to hear a update on the project from Ms. Carrie Buckman. So I also want to point out that for about the last 6 months or so, staff has been working with DWR to submit a work authorization for borings for the project. So 51 geotechnical borings were identified as needing approval, 408 approval from the Army Corps. And so I want to point out that it doesn't matter how big or small the project is, all projects, if you conduct geotechnical investigations in the federal floodway or on a state plan of flood control levee, the Army Corps of Engineers requires a separate 408 authorization for that. So we are seeking 408 authorization just for the borings. And also if any borings are conducted within the levee footprint of an FPSC levee, that the additional Army Corps requirement of a drilling program plan is required. And DWR provided that, and staff actually submitted the package down to the Army Corps for review at the beginning of this month. So the Army Corps has begun their review on that. So next slide, please. So the next steps, as you'll hear from Carrie Buckman and her project team, the design for this project is still in conceptual phase, and the determination of the soil and the borings will help identify what type of design and help with design. So we're still in the preliminary phases. So next steps of future board actions is the second 408 review request letter that we would send to the Army Corps. And we would do that, after the applicant submit an application and project plans, and the project was at least at 35, maybe 65% design. And at that time, we would submit the second letter. And then also future actions and requests, review of the draft environmental impact report once that becomes available. And then of course, the final step to issuing an encroachment permit from our board is that'd be the final step. So with that, if there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer those. If not, Carrie Buckman with the Delta Conveyance Project team would like to provide an update in the status of the project.
Thank you. Just to check in, can people hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Excellent.
Carrie, we
All
can.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Edgar, for having us back today and members of the board. It's been a little while since we've done an update, so we're glad for the opportunity to come back and speak to you. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview of what we are doing now and what we planned for this year. First, to start off talking about CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, and NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act. For both of those, we're working, and the Corps is working on the federal side to assess potential environmental impacts and then identify mitigation measures to reduce significant impacts where appropriate. We're also working on the Endangered Species Act and California Endangered Species Act to collaborate with regulatory agencies to develop operational criteria and identify tools to assess potential effects to biological resources. For water rights, we will eventually need to submit a petition for a change of point of diversion that will be submitted in late 2022. As part of that, the state board will be using this EIR as a basis to make a decision. So they are a CEQA responsible agency. So right now what we're working on is coordinating our analysis with the state board so that the analyses that are in the EIR meet their needs as well. For Delta Plan consistency, we're coordinating with the Delta Stewardship Council staff through early consultation, but that is one that is a little bit down the road in terms of schedule. And then for soil investigations, as Greg mentioned, we are working on soil borings and cone penetration tests. We have started those that do not require 408 permissions, and we are also working to request temporary access from landowners. Next slide, please. So just a quick look at our current project schedule. Right now, a lot of our focus is towards developing a public draft environmental impact report that we're planning to release in mid-2022. The Corps is working on a parallel schedule. They're also looking at about mid-2022, but we are going to have two separate environmental documents, an EIR for the state side and an EIS for the federal side. We are trying to coordinate the schedules and have at least partially overlapping review periods to try to minimize some of the work that goes into having two separate documents for the public, but we are going to have two documents. We will then be working towards having final environmental documents and decision documents in late 2023. While we are focusing a lot on CEQA and NEPA right now, we are also starting some of the other environmental processes. We're working, as I mentioned earlier, on our analytical methods and some of the initial work for the ESA and CISA processes, so that we are starting development of a biological assessment and ITP application. We will then submit those around the same time that we submit our public draft EIR, and the work will then begin on the agency side to develop biological opinions and an incidental take permit. In late 2022, or really about the end of 2022, we'll be starting the more formal processes on water rights. Delta Plan consistency will follow that, and other environmental permits will also be in 2023 and 2024. And next slide, please. I wanted to talk a little bit about alternatives formulation, which has certainly been moving forward since we last spoke. So in identifying alternatives, we collected alternatives that were suggested through scoping and also alternatives from past efforts or ideas that technical experts came up with. And all of those alternatives went through a screening process that looked at whether an alternative had the potential to reduce significant environmental effects of the proposed project and would meet at least most of the project objectives. And that screening process was derived from CEQA requirements. And based on that, we've identified 3 key alternatives that will be analyzed at differing capacities in the EIR. The first is the central alternative, which is similar to California Water Fix. It's the orange alignment that goes through the middle of the delta on the figure. We're also looking at an eastern alignment. This was identified in the notice of preparation, and this is pushed further to the east to try to be closer to I-5 to see if we can reduce some of the effects of the logistical access to construction sites that are in the central delta. And then the third alternative that is new is a Bethany alternative. So both the central and eastern alternatives terminate at a southern complex facility where there's a pump station from the pump up into a large southern forebay, and from the southern forebay, the water moves into the Banks pumping plant. But that southern forebay is about 1,000 acres, and so the Bethany corridor, rather than having that southern forebay, would have a pump station directly up into the Bethany Reservoir, which is downstream of the Banks pumping plant. And we think that this has the potential to reduce effects associated with that large southern site. We're not sure yet. We're still working on the analysis, but because it did have potential, we are carrying it forward. And then also we're working on a no project alternative that includes an assessment of other potential actions that water agencies could take if the Delta Conveyance Project or project alternative does not move forward. So we're looking at other water supply actions that could be taken if the State Water Project continues to decline its deliveries. And so that could include things like recycling or desal or other local project supply actions. Next slide. I wanted to quickly go over some of the outreach plans that we have for this year. We're continuing public information efforts, so we release blog posts and e-blasts and regular updates for folks. We are having a series of informational webinars this summer that I'm going to talk about in an upcoming slide. We've also been working on a community benefits program that I'm going to mention a little as well. We are participating in the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority, or DCA's Stakeholder Engagement Committee, and that is a group that is focused on reducing local community effects associated with construction-related efforts. We're going to have formal public participation around the draft EIR, and we're working on agency coordination to try to make sure that the permitting and planning process moves forward efficiently. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the community benefits program, and I did want to talk about this just a little bit more. This has been a pretty major focus for our team lately. So a community benefits program, the concept is defined as a set of commitments made by project proponents and created in coordination with the local community to create lasting, tangible, and potentially significant economic and social benefit to the residents, businesses, and organizations facing project impact. Generally, we recognize that we are going to mitigate under CEQA, but CEQA is pretty prescriptive about what is mitigated, and we wanted an opportunity to potentially provide additional benefits to the communities that would be most affected by this construction effort. So we had a series of interviews in February and March and public meetings in April and May, and we're working with the community to try to develop a framework for this type of program to move forward as we continue to progress in the project. Next slide. And I also mentioned the webinars, but I wanted to provide a little bit more detail. One of the things that we've heard from people is that the EIR is long and complex and technical and difficult to, well, somewhat impenetrable, really. And so what we're trying to do with these webinars is start to introduce topics to help increase understanding in the public about some of the more technical aspects of the project. So we're going to start talking about operations, both of the State Water Project and the Delta Conveyance Project. And then we're going to talk about fisheries, some climate change, and environmental justice. All of these webinars are talking really about the setting, background, basic information, and then we'll talk about methods of approach, but we aren't going to be able to share impacts and mitigation because we aren't there yet in the process. So this will really be more of a background methods assessment type of section or type of discussion. These are all from 6 to 8, and they will be on Zoom. Next slide, please. So I wanted to talk more about the process that we're going through to address the comments that we received from the flood board. We are still in progress. As I mentioned, we aren't as far in the project to be able to fully document how we've done things, but we're going to talk about our methods and how we're planning to address some of these comments. So as Andrea mentioned, there are comments from scoping as well as the process to initiate project review through 408. And so I have a few slides about how we've addressed some of those key comments. So the first is that we did receive a comment that we should include a specific flood protection chapter in the EIR, and we have done that. So we'll analyze the potential for the proposed project and alternatives to have these types of effects, including changes to operations upstream from the Delta that could affect flood protection, changes to flood facilities in the Delta or capacities in the Delta channels for flood protection, and changes to the rate or amount of runoff from project construction or structures.
Thank you,
Next
Carrie.
slide,
That is really terrific that you're going to do that. That'll solve a lot of problems that we've had. Thank you.
Oh, good. I hope so. Okay, so specifically talking about surface water elevations, where the flood board recommended that we include some specific analysis regarding potential effects to state plan of flood control facilities. And so we have a number of things that we're doing to try to address those comments. We are using CALSIM 3, which is a state water project and Central Valley project operations simulation model. It estimates changes in reservoir storage and river flow. So we'll use that to look at sort of the upstream side of the potential effects to surface water elevation. We're also using DSM-2. DSM-2, CALSIM 3 is a monthly model. DSM-2 reflects the delta changes within a day based on tidal cycles. So that will help us understand how surface water elevations will change in the delta. And then we're also using HECRAS 2D modeling. It's near the intake. So we want to look at what happens with the intake facilities going into the river channel and if that has the potential to affect surface water elevations really in the immediate vicinity of those intake facilities. Next slide, please. And then the board recommended that the conveyance project include specific analysis regarding the potential effects from activities that modify the state plan of flood control facilities, including levees. And the most specific example of where we may do that is at the intake facilities. And Phil Ryan, who's the DCA's engineering design manager, is here to talk about those intake facilities in detail. So we're going to hold that thought until his presentation in a minute. So he'll talk in a lot more detail about how we're planning to protect flood control during the construction and after. The next slide, please. There were a number of concerns related to levee stability, and we are analyzing all of these in the EIR, but I also wanted to mention that we have been working to incorporate provisions within the design that will help avoid some of these concerns. So for pile driving, there is impact pile driving only at the intakes and modified bridges. We have avoided some of the pile driving at the intakes through design. I think Phil may be able to talk about that a little, although I don't think that's necessarily the focus of his presentation. But we are going to be continuing to have geotechnical and groundwater investigations to see if we can reduce the need for pile driving. And then heavy machinery and haul routes, the concern was about vibrations caused by heavy equipment and trucks on levees. And I wanted to highlight that the design effort has minimized roads on levees, both the state plan of flood control and local levees. So there are very few places where there will be any traffic on levee roads. And then dewatering, concerns about dewatering effects on nearby levees. And we have been including slurry walls to reduce dewatering effects outside of the facility construction. Next slide, please. And so I'm going to hand it over to Phil, but just as usual, I'm going to give a plug that if people are interested, there are a lot of ways to stay involved, and our e-blast is the best way. There's a sign up on our website. So with that, I'd like to introduce Phil Ryan from the DCA to talk about the intake.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Just a quick sound check. Am I being heard okay?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chairman Edgar and the full board for having me speak to you today. I look forward to this interaction. I'm going to talk today basically about the proposed intakes and mainly the flood management strategy we've used in the conceptual layout of these intakes. So next slide, please. So these are the 3 intake sites that are included in the various project options. As Carrie mentioned, there are different route options. There are also different capacity options depending on how who's involved and how the project might go forward. And you can see from the slide down at the lower left that intake 2 up at the upper left is only going to be included in the project if the federal government participates for deliveries to the CVP. And then at the very smallest 3,000 CFS capacity option, only intake 5, the one on the right, would be included. Just a little perspective on this particular figure. These three intakes are obviously located around the town of Hood. So just to the right of intake 3, you can see the town of Hood there. And then over where it says capacity in the table, that's Clarksburg. And then Portland would be off the lower right-hand corner of the photo. And I-5 is just off the photo at the top. So it kind of gives you a perspective of exactly where these intakes are at. So next slide, please. So these intakes, they're not just intakes. They obviously do some other things. So I just want to make sure that we're clear that they're a facility that has several functions. So they obviously are an intake structure to get the water from the river into the system. But that river water often has quite a sediment load, and we really don't want to put that sediment and have it settle out in our 40 miles of tunnels that are really hard to get at. So there's a sediment settling and management there to get the larger sediment that can't be flushed through. Also, for the permitting associated with these intakes and their capacity, there needs to be a large degree of flow control to make sure we don't violate any of our diversion permits, and just basically to run the system, the flow control, measurement, and ability to isolate the system. So there's a series of facilities to accomplish that. And then clearly, and I listed this last, not because it's not as important as the others, because that's what we're going to talk about for mostly today, is flood control is high on our mind in everything we've done out here. It's a major driver to everything that's set up around these intakes. And then there's a few ancillary facilities, as you might imagine, to support all these other features. So go ahead, the next slide. So let's turn those things I just mentioned into something you can actually see. So this is a rendering of a typical intake location. You can see the fish screen and intake concrete structure are along the edge of the river. And they have these training walls that tie them back into the levee. And the fish screens are obviously underwater. Water would flow through the intake screens into that sedimentation basin. And the gates you see pointed out there at the intake structure, at the entrance to the sed basin, and even at the radial gate, flow control gate at the back, all serve to manage the water levels to allow us to control the flows through the intakes for, in some cases for, isolation, for maybe we shut down for high flood condition or something like that, but also to make sure that we have uniform flow through here and we're not endangering aquatic species in the river by excessive hotspots along the intake. And then the sediment would be dredged once a year into the sediment drying basins and dried out and hauled off site. Next one, please. So just if those of you are familiar, the basic layout in the river is essentially the same thing as the Freeport intake, which the board approved permits for back right around the turn of the century, right in the just after 2000. So you can see they have the same training walls. Now the big difference here is this intake is about 10 times less distance between the training walls as they are for Delta Conveyance. They're quite a bit longer. But it just gives you a flavor for how the feature fits along the river with something that you can actually go out and look at. Freeport has a pumping plant right there on the intakes. We don't have that either, so that's another difference. Anyway, that's a basic example. So move on to the next slide, please. So the flood control at the intakes is going to be accomplished with three main things. The primary permanent feature is the jurisdictional levee for both the state and the federal jurisdictions. So that's basically the flood board and the Corps of Engineers. All of the levee features will be designed for the 200-year flood plus sea level rise estimated for 2100 down at the Golden Gate. I'll show you that we're going to put the perimeter levee around the said basins will be the primary jurisdictional levee. But then we're going to have some secondary permanent features where I'll show you a slide here in a minute. We are effectively going to return the existing levee to its existing location. However, it will have penetrations through it. It'll have water on both sides, so it won't be the jurisdictional levee, although it will be designed as if it were, and it will provide somewhat of a secondary flood control benefit. And that also will be where some of the operable flood control gates I showed you would be located. All of the levees, including the secondary and the primary, will have cutoff walls. Actually, the back wall of the intake structure itself, it will be a cutoff wall, reinforced one. And these things will help us with seepage control and, as Carrie mentioned, the dewatering management. And the slide there is just basically, that's the minimum section for a jurisdictional levy as we are including it in the project. So we will meet all core requirements and Title 23 for the state. Okay, next slide, please. So as I mentioned, here's that slide again. Can you click one more slide? That red line, that will be the path of the jurisdictional levy. The red line is kind of where the cutoff wall is, but you can see that the levy would come down from where it is now on the left and right side of the page, go around the sedimentation basins and the inlet to the tunnel, and then rejoin the existing levee on the downstream side. The reason that this was selected, or there's a couple of reasons. The only thing that penetrates it is the tunnel at the back end, and that's quite deep. And there's a wide variety of closure gates ahead of that. So that, and the ability to inspect the levee is way better at this location, because if we picked the right where the existing levee is, you'd see there'd be water on both sides, and it's harder to inspect the levee for any kind of issues that might be occurring. So we worked with the your staff and the core staff, and this is kind of the consensus of where the jurisdictional levy should be. So one more click. So this is our secondary levy. It's kind of a combination of the yellow and green. The green line is a cutoff wall at the back of the intake structure, and the yellow line is just sort of there to indicate the whole levee section through there. So it's quite wide. It's almost 300 feet wide, and it obviously has the cutoff wall in it, but you'll notice it does have the penetrations from the intake into the sedimentation basins. But will be designed and rigorously inspected during construction. So we expect that to be a supplemental feature. Okay, next one, please. So one of the things that we really have to think about is these facilities were designed to maintain continuous, jurisdictional flood protection throughout the work. So we are going to put in a temporary levee during construction to facilitate flood control and management. It's actually going to be the very first thing we do, and I'll show you some sequencing here. We're going to get this temporary levee in so that when we start working on the riverside for the intake structure, we have a fully certified levee between that work and anyone on the land side. It will remain in place until the permanent jurisdictional levy is complete and accepted. And it also helps us because it will help us facilitate our dewatering, because it'll have a slurry wall under it as well, and local groundwater management. So next slide, please. I'm going to go through some sequencing here just to help you understand this a little bit better. So this is the intake 3 site, and we have divided the construction up into what we call 3 phases. And the first phase is to get the temporary levee installed. So we would go in, do the ground improvement we need to make sure that the levee we put up there is seismically resistant, because there is liquefaction in the subsurface potential here. Then we put the cutoff walls, which is the red line is a temporary cutoff wall, and we would put a couple of starter cutoff walls in there that will be eventually become part of the permanent levee. So the other advantage of this is the levee in this area, as many of you know, is State Highway 160. So it's a state highway, and we must maintain traffic on it at all times as well. So we get that added feature by putting the highway back. Now, the other thing that the highway does for flood control it means the levee has to be wider than it would normally be. It's about 100 feet wide, where the minimum section really only has to be 20 feet wide. So we get a pretty robust temporary levee out of this situation. And then that'll allow us to start working on both sides. So next slide, please. So phase 2 is the time of construction, construction phase when we're working on both sides of the temporary levee. During that period of time, we will construct the permanent features on both sides. So on the land side, you can see the dark blue line outlines where that final permanent jurisdictional levee would be. The blue line is actually its cutoff wall, but you can see the annotations on there of the actual levee prisms being built over the top of it. And then on the river side, the big green line right at the back of the intake structure, that's that back wall I talked about that we're going to use as part of our cofferdam, but it's also a deep structurally reinforced wall that will also serve as a cutoff wall, and then we'll tie it to the levee. And then obviously, since we're going to take away the temporary levee, we will put the cutoff walls to the extent of our work up and downstream along the road. And those are really good for facilitating if any improvements are made to these levees in the future. There's a nice place, an opportunity to tie future cutoff walls into these cutoff walls and have a continuous system up and down. Next slide, please. So then when we're all done, this is essentially the flood control system that would be left. We would have the jurisdictional levee following the blue cutoff wall system, and then that secondary levee would have the green cutoff wall system, and the state highway would be put back closer to right behind the levee, and you'd still have a fairly wide section there, but again, with the conduit penetrations through it. So next, please. So kind of one of the final technical details about the actual facility, there will be operational protocols that will be developed in the future. These are not developed at this time, but there'd be automatic gate closures of all of these gates at some predetermined river level. When the river gets to a unacceptable flood stage that's above anything that people determine is, at whatever risk or comfort level, the gates would close. There will be Knox box gate closure provisions for flood fighters. Now that is subject to the determination of exactly who manages it, because DWR manages this section of the levee, and DWR would also manage the intakes. The other thing that's important is we do have backup generators that with automatic transfer switches. So in the event of a power failure or specific things, we will have the ability to drive all these gates closed, and those generators are tested monthly. DWR has a rigorous program for them, so really have a good system. The other thing I want to point out, though, that even if these gates didn't close, the entire Delta conveyance system is designed to contain the flooding from the river clear on down to the end, with a minor spill that might happen at the southern end only under two of the alternatives. So there really isn't a significant issue downstream, even if the gates were to fail to close. So we've really considered this flood containment seriously on the whole job. And like I mentioned, they have routine periodic gate operability testing along with the engine generators. Okay, next one, please. So finally, as we move forward, we will be doing quite a bit of flood hydraulic modeling and analysis. The main focus is to see what the maximum river water surface impact would be. So we have two focuses, both for the Corps and board staff. They both have slightly different focuses on, and so we're going to evaluate it for both focuses. The Corps is mainly about compliance with the 1957 design flow rates and profile, but they also want us to do a system risk evaluation relative to other flood flow regimes, which is primarily the Flood Protection Board's criteria. So Currently, we're getting ready. We haven't done it yet, but we're getting ready to model the the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan's 2017 update flows, where they've defined 100 and 200 year flows and elevations along the river, and we would evaluate our impact to that. And then the 2022 update is nearing the point where we might be able to use some of the preliminary data, but we will also be running against that when the update comes out. This river modeling will be done, it'll be 2D river modeling, as Carrie mentioned, using the HEC-RAS package, and we'll determine the river water surface impacts during the flooding. We're also planning to use that modeling at lower river flows as well. So we're getting more uses than just flood modeling out of the model to help the aquatics team look at mainly down towards the lower flows to see how the intakes might be affecting aquatic species and basic flows in the river at those lower flows. And then at some point in time in the design, the 2D analysis would also advise the evaluation for scour protection and erosion protection features at the intakes. So that completes my summary, and I think Carrie and I are both open to any questions, or I guess I turn it back over to Andrea for some closing remarks.
Right. So now we're available for questions, board staff or our Delta Conveyance project staff, DWR staff or GCA staff. Available for any questions from the board?
Thank you, Andrea. Carrie, I was interested in the comment you made about the two environmental impact statements, you know, the CEQA document and the federal document, and that you were going to have during the course of preparation of those two documents a period of time in which you're going to try to minimize the differences and so on between the two documents, and you're going to be working with the team together to try and minimize that. Is that correct?
So there will be two documents. I think it is certainly our goal that they will not have differences. So the Corps is preparing a separate document. That's their preference, that they'll have a separate EIS. We are coordinating during this period, and I think that will, and one of our goals is to minimize the differences. I think the thing that I was talking about specifically was the public review period. So the public review period, because it is two documents, I understand that's a lot for people to review. And so one of the things we're trying to do is have overlapping review periods. I do expect the Corps' review period to be shorter than ours, so they won't be exactly the same, but our period will encompass the Corps' review period.
Okay, my thought here is to minimize the confusion of the public and looking at two documents. I think it would be helpful to prepare just a short summary of both documents, showing the total number of impacts in each, what the mitigation is for the significant impacts, and what are the remaining unmitigated significant impacts in both documents, so that people could read that and at least get a summary of what we're talking about here.
So, you know, immediately my SQL wonky phase kicks in, because it's unlikely that the Corps will identify significant impacts. That's a CEQA thing, not a NEPA thing. So how they identify significant, they don't have the term significance necessarily in their environmental impact statement. The trigger for mitigation is a little different, and their identified mitigation may be a little different. But I know I'm getting wonky, and that's not the objective of what you were saying. The objective, I think, is let's make it as clear to the readers as we can, and I appreciate that comment. I'll think about ways to do that. Thank you.
Okay, I think that would be important as you go out into the public, so that they, I mean, except for you and probably 3 other people in the United States will read these documents. But in any event, I think that in the public interest, it would be good if we could arrive at something you could hand out at these public meetings that kind of gives everybody a sense of what the Corps felt were the major impacts and what they intend to do to mitigate it. And then I think from what you explained, there are going to be a lot of additional programs and so on to mitigate the impacts from the state's perspective. And I just think they need to be somehow summarized for everybody so that people could kind of look at them and then do that. But I know what you mean. If you can think about that, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, any board comments at this point? Andrea, do you see any out there? Okay, any comments from the public? Okay, you guys did a great job, apparently. Andrea, I'll turn it over to you for closing comments.
That was all I had, President Edgar. If you have no further questions, we're happy to bring any additional updates back to the board.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, we're on item 10D. Thank you, Phil and Carrie. Appreciate it. We're on item 10D, and this is we are going to have a workshop on this item, as you know, coming up in July. So Ruth, I think your presentation and Scott's for this item, which is the SSJD feasibility study, kind of a progress report of where we are now and what we're doing. And if we could kind of get an overview today and then get into more detail in our workshop, that would be helpful. Well, Ruth, I'll ask you to present the item.
Thank you, President Edgar. Ryan, are you able to share the PowerPoint?
Yes, one moment, please.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, hope everyone's doing well this afternoon. My name is Ruth Darling. I'm a program manager with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. I'm also acting chief of the newly formed Flood Planning and Programs branch for the board. And today, my colleague Scott Brown with Larson Morzell and Associates and I are going to present a brief update on the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District Assessment District Feasibility Study. Next slide, please, Ryan. So this is just a brief overview of the presentation today. We're going to review the objective of the feasibility study, a summary of the stakeholder engagement thus far. We'll provide a review on the categories of service to be evaluated in the study. And then we'll provide a high level overview of category 1, which is an overview of the category 1 services, the beneficiary analysis approach, the hydraulic modeling approach, and the assessment methodology and preliminary findings. Next slide, please. So this is just a reminder to board members and members of the public, the potential for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District to utilize their ability to assess landowners for operation and maintenance and even capital improvements was suggested in the 2017 update as a potential funding revenue. So that red arrow right there sort of calls out the thoughts that the investment strategy team had on how much an assessment district could utilize annually. That would be 25 million a year. So with the adoption of the 2017 update, the board requested funding and it received that funding and initiated this feasibility study. It was kicked off at the beginning of 2020, and we've been working to get this going and underway for the past year and a half. Next slide, please. So in the study objectives, another reminder slide that the objective is to evaluate the feasibility of an SSJDD assessment to provide funding for O&M requirements and or capital improvements. And if the study is deemed feasible, we would hope to develop an implementation process for the flood board to levy future assessments. And with that, I will turn it over to Scott Brown to dive a little deeper.
Thank you, Ruth. Can I get a quick sound check to make sure everyone can hear me? So we've got
sound good.
Technical glitches this morning.
Sounds good, Scott.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, President Edgar, members of the board. This discussion will be primarily at a high level. We'll dig deeper into details in the upcoming workshop, but if you do have any questions as we go, please feel free to ask those detailed questions. As a reminder to the board, the sort of keystone level of gauging feasibility for a potential assessment is having stakeholder buy-in. And so we have a pretty robust stakeholder engagement program as part of the study. We're emphasizing small group meetings. We've been meeting with local maintaining agencies, the APCAs, if you will, the regional flood control agencies, and also the California Central Valley Flood Control Association. All this in an effort to focus and refine the areas of study on elements of activities or projects that would have support. Our first round of engagement was actually a series of meetings in 2020 to refine what we would actually be studying and not waste time on elements that did not have any buy-in or support. We've engaged in the second round, primarily focused on the first category of service with our approach for beneficiary analysis and the assessment methodology. We'll continue that this year and also start engaging on the additional activity or categories of service. I can get the next slide, please. So just a reminder of the categories of service that have stakeholder buy-in. We have 5 categories. The first is services that provide benefit beyond the boundaries of the maintaining agency's ability to assess for operations and maintenance. Namely, what we're looking at is the Sutter and Yola bypass systems as part of this feasibility study. And that's what we'll be talking about in a little more detail today and much more detail in the upcoming workshop. A second category is regional projects or activities that achieve an economy of scale, but span multiple jurisdictions, and evaluating whether an SSJDD assessment would be able to assist those agencies and regions in accomplishing those projects or activities. The third category addresses a potential issue for communities that reside within state maintenance areas for capital improvements or significant repairs. And those communities tend to be small, and the ability to raise funds is somewhat hindered by their ability to fund Prop 218 assessment. So this was an area where we might be able through an SSJDD assessment to assist those communities. We also have two other categories focused on, the first one's focused on small communities with flood control improvement capital projects. And there may be an economy of scale of grouping those communities together in a single assessment and executing those on a programmatic level. And then lastly is a regional program that would be potentially throughout the SSJDD, potentially beyond the boundaries, potentially maybe into the service area, adjacent service areas. And that's a program to facilitate non-structural flood mitigation measures. These are improvements to private property where you're not able to utilize public funds for private improvements. But the concept is to establish a program where individual property owners could voluntarily assess themselves and pay that assessment back through property taxes, similar to a PACE program for energy efficiency. That's the categories of service we're studying. So I can get the next slide. We'll talk a little bit more about category 1. So this is the category of services where there are beneficiaries, properties that benefit from the service, from the activity that lie outside of the local maintaining agency's ability to assess for that benefit. We're talking about operation and maintenance activities, repairs or improvements, and particularly this is targeting urban areas outside of the regional bypass system. Local maintaining agencies cannot assess for properties beyond their boundary. And so there are properties that basically receive this benefit but are not directly funding the O&M of the facilities, similar to properties that are directly behind the levees and the bypass system that pay through a local assessment. And so the two facilities that we're looking at, mainly one facility is the bypass system, but we are looking at both the Sutter and Yolo bypass systems together. Next slide, please. So the purpose here, or the potential, is that the SSJDD assessment could provide a mechanism for the flood board to levy an assessment beyond the local jurisdictions, collect those funds and redirect them to the local maintaining agencies to carry out O&M activity. This would be supplemental cost share also for major repairs or capital improvements system. And one particular note to make, that this assessment would not replace any obligation for 8361 facilities. That was a key message from our stakeholders, that obligation should remain funded out of the general fund. Next slide. So our approach to identifying beneficiaries is very similar to any local property tax assessment. We establish a baseline condition. We compare that to a WIF project or an enhanced situation or condition, and the change between the two is the quantity of benefit, and that's what it's apportioned on. So for this particular test case, we establish a baseline condition to quantify the existing risk to all properties as a result of the bypasses in operation. We developed a without bypass condition, a lot of details into what that condition is that we'll talk about at the workshop. But without the bypasses in operation, there's additional flooding, an additional flood risk that was quantified. And so the assessment, we looked at a combined benefit of flood risk in the baseline condition plus the incremental risk that would occur to areas outside of the jurisdictional boundaries. Next slide, please. So we utilize existing hydraulic modeling to develop, quantify flood risk for the purpose of determining the benefit. So we started with an existing condition, which is in our work to date was the existing conditions of the levees. And we calculated the flood risk or flood damages based on that existing condition. We utilized the existing CVFPB models and the HEC-FDA model, which is the flood damage analysis, to quantify damages to structures and crops. And then we created a without bypass operations condition where we modified the geometries of weirs and overtopping of certain levees to prevent water from flowing down the bypass in the high flow events, and determine where that water went and what flooding and damages would occur as a result of that condition. And then the incremental damages is really what we calculated there to say you have this existing level of flood risk without the bypass in operation. What additional risk would you incur? So we compared those two and used that within our assessment methodology. We did use an oversimplification of the 22 Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update just for the sake of time. The modeling uses a wide variety, a wide range of flow events to calculate the estimated annual damages, and we simplified down to about 8, I believe, in this model. Next slide. This is just a summary slide of some of the modifications made to create this without bypass operation. We raised weirs where there were overflow into the bypass. We raised levees where water was getting higher than ought to be because those levees were not designed to take the higher flows, just to prevent additional flow going where it shouldn't be going. And so there were some lateral weirs also that were lowered. I'm not going to go into too much detail, just give you sort of a flavor of what that model went into. We will go into more detail on this in the workshop and also discuss some of the stakeholder feedback we got regarding the without bypass operation geometry. Next slide. These were just the results. I'm not expecting you to read any of the numbers or figures. We'll go over this at the workshop, but in general, you can see we have a baseline flood risk. When we take the bypasses out of operation, there is more flooding that occurs primarily on the east side of the bypass or Yola bypass off the Sac River, the urban area of Sacramento, but also additional flooding that occurs off of the Sacramento River north of Fremont Weir when we took the Sutter bypass out of operation. The figure on the right identifies those areas where there were incremental risk. They're where we expected them to be. They're in areas that are protected by the Sacramento River. Some of those areas are located between the bypass and the Sacramento River. and some are wholly protected by the Sacramento River. We'll go into the details of this result, and again, through our stakeholder outreach, we have some directed questions that we're addressing, and we'll make sure we recognize those questions and how we're going about resolving those concerns. Next slide, please. So we define quantity of benefit, and then how do we go about a methodology to assess the benefiting property? So our first step, obviously, is to determine a budget for the service being provided. We looked at inventory of the levees along the Sutter and Yellow bypass. We quantified the number of miles and utilized recommendations in the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan on a per mile basis. We recognize those are not actual costs, but those are recommended costs at the time the system is, the plan is implemented and the system is being maintained in the future. But a particular note, again, we did not include any of the 8361 facilities in the budget, as those facilities would be maintained through general funds. Moving back to the beneficiary analysis, then we took the combined flood risk, which is both the baseline risk plus the incremental risk from the without bypass conditions. The modeling is done on an impact area basis, not on a parcel by parcel basis. So for the feasibility study, we're looking at these impact areas independently, and then estimating what the impacts would be to properties within those areas. So with the beneficiary analysis quantifying the flood risk, we apportion the O&M budget based on the combined risk within each impact area, and spread the budget out according to that risk. And then for those LMAs that are maintaining the bypass facilities, we provide them a credit back against the assessment that would otherwise be levied in their jurisdiction for the work that they're doing. So there's not a double counting of cost there. So they're not both paying for the work for themselves and also through this assessment. And then finally, again, what I said was we had all this analysis is done on an impact area basis, utilizing structure data inventory and land use types. We're able to identify or estimate an average assessment rate by land use type to start to think about whether this would be supported by property owners. Next slide. So at a high level, our preliminary findings are that beneficiaries of the Sutter bypass and Yolo bypass are independent of each other. What that means is that we can look at each of those facilities separately. So even though we've modeled them together in the hydraulic model, we can evaluate the assessment independent, because they are two distinct beneficiary mappings. Through our stakeholder feedback from our meetings, we've identified, there's 4 here that are key. There's some other items that we'll discuss as well, but some of the 4 key items that came out of our meetings are how we're handling butte sink flows, how we're routing those in the without bypass condition, and whether those flows are pre-existing and should be continue to flow through the area that would otherwise be the bypass. So we're evaluating that concern and whether it's appropriate to shunt all of those flows to the Sacramento River in the without bypass condition. There was a question about properties on the east side of the Sutter bypass that are protected by 8361 facilities and whether they also receive a benefit from maintenance of the west levee. So are there beneficiaries we're not catching by excluding them from the analysis? So we're reviewing that as well. There was a question about what is the baseline condition? Is it current conditions, or is it a fully implemented Central Valley Flood Protection Plan? And the reason that question came up was that the existing risk of levees as they are today is a result of, or one of the reasons, is a result of limited funding in areas, in rural areas, to improve those levees. And so when you calculate flood risk, comparing an urban area that has funding available to improve their levees, comparing that to an area that does not, seem like a little bit of injustice. And so we are evaluating, what is our baseline condition that we should be comparing against. And then there was a question about what is the without bypass condition? Is it simply routing flows out of the bypass? Is it a condition where those bypass levees, don't exist at all and just regional flooding continues? Or are we truly looking at a with project system? And so we're evaluating those concerns and determining a path forward for the purpose of the feasibility study. We'll discuss those at the workshop as well. Next slide. So we're looking forward to July 9th, where we'll be able to dive into more of these details. We have quite a bit of information to cover there. More specifics on the hydraulic modeling that we did, more specifics on the baseline conditions, and what does incremental flood risk mean and where is that occurring. We'll walk through the methodology in more of a step fashion with full tables and figures developed to explain that to you. And then in the end, we'll have preliminary results of average assessment rates, as well as aggregate amount of an assessment for each impact area. And then we'll walk through the concerns that we've heard from stakeholders to date and solicit any additional questions the board may have for consideration moving forward. Next slide. Ruth, I think you were going to take this slide, or I can take it either way.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. So just wanted to provide an overview on our updated project schedule. Starting at the top, so we'll have stakeholder meetings through August of 2020. Quite a bit of those have already been completed on, as Scott mentioned earlier. Define beneficiary and identify potential test case locations through December of 2020, and develop the methodology and test cases through August of 2021. So that's where we're currently at now. And then working to refine the analysis and implementation plan and draft report of findings currently through October of 2021. And all of these will include stakeholder meetings as shown on the schedule. And we expect the final report in November and December of this year. And I just wanted to note, I'm not sure if the board or the public recalled, but we had an original final report date of June of 2021. And there were some setbacks due to the pandemic and trying to schedule stakeholder meetings. So we initiated additional meetings and one-on-one discussions to ensure we had stakeholder support on the scope before we dove into the analysis. And that sort of set us back a little bit on when we requested some information from our partners at DWR. And that process also took a little bit longer than we anticipated. So those are the reasons for our schedule slip. But I think having a final report at the end of the year is good for the board to review. Not too much of a slip, so that's good. And I think with that, the next slide is questions.
Okay.
Our contact information, if anyone wants to reach out.
Okay, thanks, Ruth. As I said, board members, this is kind of a preview of what we're going to be talking about in at our workshop. So it's a little bit briefer than we would normally have. Are there any questions from the board members? I don't see any unless somebody's missing somebody. Okay, thank you, Ruth and Scott, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we're on to item 5, which is Ruth again with Chris Elias, and they're going to be making a informational report on the their RFMP status report. Ruth, if we could move this along. I'm running a little late here. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I don't have much. I see that Chris and Mike are both on the line, so they'll be covering the majority of this presentation, and
Okay.
on the Lower San Joaquin Delta South RFMP. So I'll just turn it over to Chris. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you, Ruth, and good afternoon, Chair, President Edgar, and Vice President Dolan. It's really a great pleasure to be here with you this afternoon and to be invited to give you a quick update on the Regional Flood Management Plan for Lower San Joaquin and Delta South region. Tag teaming with me is Mike Rossiter with PBI, who's been the person that's been supporting us on this project. So, but I'll kick it off with just a quick set of outlines, and then turn it over to Mike to present the details. So,
thank you, Chris.
Sure. Okay, so next slide, please. So today I will be sharing with you, giving you just a bit more insight into the Lower San Joaquin River and then Delta South regional context. And then we'll talk a bit more about the accomplishments we've had since 2017 with respect to the content of the CVFPB. Then we'll talk about some of the challenges that we see ahead. And then we'll also identify some top regional priorities for our region in the near term. And then we'll conclude and open it up to you for questions. Next slide, please. So by way of regional context, what you see on your right-hand side is a spatial display of our region. So the red or brownish mark there represents the urban, the rural areas, and then the blue in the middle, which is the middle part of the sandwich, is a highly urbanized area. So we got about 25% urban and 75% mainly rural. So with respect then to the Lower San Joaquin Delta South region, mainly the urban area, we've got a population of about 500,000 people. And that is within the general county population of well over 760,000 people. So by way of background, SJAFCA was founded 26 years ago and consists of the cities of Stockton, Lathrop, Manteca, and the county of San Joaquin. And we're blessed to have 29 different reclamation districts who are serving as our LMAs. And then the biggest one of them, obviously, is the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. With that, I will turn it over to Mike then to take it up with regional accomplishments. Mike?
Okay, thank you, Chris. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, and thank you again to President Edgar and to the board for this opportunity to present on our region. Again, my name is Mike Rossiter with PBI, and I'm the project manager for this RFMP effort. As Chris went over in the presentation outline, I'll be going over some of the accomplishments in our region that have advanced in the last few years since the 2017 CVFPB cycle. And I'll also cover some of the challenges and near-term priorities for our region over the next 5 years or so. And for each of these topics, I'm not going to be able to cover everything in detail, but I'll quickly go over this list of accomplishments and challenges and priorities at a high level. And then from those lists, I'll dive in deeper on 3 or 4 of these bullet points. So starting with the region's accomplishments, where during the past 4 or 5 years ago, since the last CVFPB round, the region has advanced a number of efforts. As Chris explained, the SJAFCA JPA has expanded. SJAFCA adopted a climate change policy to provide guidance on design decisions for flood risk reduction projects. Construction has begun on the Smith Canal gate structure. The Corps of Engineers completed the first phase of the Lower San Joaquin River feasibility study, with the chief's report being signed in 2018, and the PPA between SJAFCA and the Corps was executed in 2020. RD-17 has undertaken a levee seepage repair project on their levees, which is a $70 million project that includes geotechnical improvements to this levee system. And this project is scheduled to be completed by the end of 2022. Also in the RD-17 area, which is also called the Mossdale Tract area, an urban flood risk reduction study has been driving towards developing a plan to provide 200-year protection for the Mossdale area. And that is being led by SJAFCA with funding and partnership from DWR. And this study has just recently been completed and turned over to DWR for their consideration within the past week or so. And I'll cover this topic in a little bit more detail later on. But for now, if you can advance the slide, I'll go into a little more detail on the accomplishments listed here in the first 3 bullet points on the slide. Next slide. Thank you. So the SJAFCA JPA was expanded in 2017. It has 2 new member agencies with the addition of the cities of Lathrop and Manteca, who now join the city of Stockton and San Joaquin County. And with this expansion, the board of directors now includes a 9-member board. So this move was made to improve coordination in the region, especially as we have so many studies and capital improvement projects that overlap all of these jurisdictions. The Mossdale Tract area is a prime example where we have several ongoing efforts that impact or benefit all of these member agencies. So this JPA expansion was a huge step forward for the region as far as consolidating and coordinating jurisdictions, particularly in the urban areas along the San Joaquin River. Next slide, please. Another accomplishment from the past few years to highlight, SJAFCA adopted a climate change adaptation policy in 2019. And this is a policy for SJAFCA to follow when making design and investment level decisions on flood projects. And it lays out a standard practice for incorporating elements into these projects that address the uncertainty in climate change with both flood flows and sea level rise projections. The policy outlines the process for how to incorporate climate resilience into the projects that are being implemented right now. For example, for levee improvements, there are really 2 main points of guidance that the policy offers. Number 1, it calls for including additional measure of stage into the levee design. So this is based on what the hydrology looks like in that reach, what the climate change hydrology looks like. And typically this will mean adding, a foot to 3 feet to the design levee height if it's appropriate in that area. Number 2, it provides direction for real estate acquisition for these capital projects. So for where real estate is being acquired as part of a project, SJAFCA will look to acquire the entire right-of-way that might be needed for a design that could accommodate the projected 2065 CVFPB flows. So this policy, of course, doesn't eliminate the possibility that the system will need to be modified in the future, but it does set the project up to be flexible enough to adjust in the future if needed. And of course, there will be periodic review and update of the policy as the climate science progresses. Next slide, please. Third major accomplishment to highlight for the region is the start of construction for the Smith Canal project. Smith Canal is located right in central Stockton. It's surrounded by thousands of properties where the existing levees along Smith Canal were at that time the only thing protecting these properties from tidal flooding. But due to encroachments and other issues, the levees could not be FEMA certified, and this urban area behind the levees was then placed into the FEMA floodplain. So the solution was to build this closure structure at the mouth of Smith Canal with a gate that can be shut when the delta water surface elevations reach a trigger level. And once it's complete, it'll remove about 5,000 properties from the FEMA floodplain. This project was an element of the Corps' Lower San Joaquin River project, and SJAFCA was able to advance the design and construction of this element ahead of the Corps' feasibility study being finalized. So at this point, design has been completed and the project went into construction last year in 2020 and is now starting its second construction season and is expected to be completed in 2022. So that's been a great success for SJAFCA and for DWR to advance this component of the federally authorized project. Next slide, please. All right, now I'll move into some of the challenges the region is facing, both challenges that have come up in the recent past and challenges that we'll need to overcome as we move forward. Things that, these are things that can slow or impact the progress of project implementation. And again, I'll just run through this list quickly and then I'll follow the slide up into a deeper dive on a few of these bullet points. As a general overview, the ability of the region to raise local revenues is an ongoing challenge. Planning for future climate change has created a unique challenge for this region. I'll go into more detail on this, but climate change is projected to have an extreme impact on our region. For the Mossdale project, looking at RD-17 levee improvements, there have been significant progress made, but still several challenges that remain, and I'll dive into that deeper. Identifying betterments for the Corps' Lower San Joaquin River project. At the feasibility level, there were a few data gaps, in particular with geotechnical data, and now that we're at the design phase, we're starting to fill in those data gaps, and this has the potential to alter some of the designs. There's been challenges with developing multi-benefit projects, particularly in highly urban areas where a lot of times you have, a straight channel with no meanders that backs up against established housing areas. So opportunities are limited in some areas. Addressing land rights issues and encroachments is always a challenge, especially in the urban areas. Addressing transfer risk issues, which I'll touch on in a later slide when I talk about the Mossdale Tract project. And then the last three bullet points are based on feedback from the LMAs in our region, where LMAs in general are struggling to keep up with evolving levee standards for levee maintenance. There's, in many cases, increased maintenance standards, but the same level of local funding for implementation of these maintenance activities. And then we have LMAs that, particularly in urban areas, the increased transient population has led to a variety of O&M challenges. And then having adequate staffing and equipment has been an ongoing challenge for LMAs, where the lack of resources has made it difficult to keep up on deferred maintenance. So programs such as FMAP and other funding programs are key in helping out those resource-related challenges for the LMAs. And if you advance the slide, I'll dive into these first three bullet points a little further. Next slide, please. All right, so we have this age-old challenge of raising local revenues, which I think is a common theme in most areas. Our region has a number of flood management projects that are moving forward right now and in need of funding support for their planning and implementation. And these efforts are either running parallel paths or in close succession of each other. And historically, local funding to support capital projects or O&M of levies have come from assessments on the benefiting properties through the Prop 218 process. And we have several of these local funding mechanisms in place currently and that are also being developed and will be moving forward soon. The difficulty is that these proposed assessments may end up competing with one another or create the perception among the public that assessments are being layered on top of each other at potentially unsustainable levels. And not only are we competing with our own flood projects, but there's other assessments out there moving forward at the same time. Stormwater assessments, sewer, water, where the level of difficulty for passing these things will likely continue to increase as the public continues to be presented with these assessments. And then beyond local revenues, which is only one piece of the puzzle, there's the uncertainty in the level of state and federal funding that might be available at any given time as we look to implement these projects. So not surprisingly, the funding of these projects is a key challenge that's not going away anytime soon. We are, though, as part of our RFMP effort, preparing a benefit assessment feasibility study, which will look at a set of alternatives or options on how to support the funding and financing of some of our major capital improvement projects, including the Corps' recommended plan. So as I said, we know this challenge isn't going away, but we're seeing the need to look outside the box of standard 218 elections. So we're moving forward, looking at all options. Next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, climate change projections have created a unique challenge for our region. The 2017 CVFPB showed that our region had the greatest potential for increase in flood flows due to climate change than any other region in the Central Valley. For the San Joaquin River at Vernalis, which is a key index point at the upstream end of our region, the CVFPB analyses projected that the 200-year flood flows could triple by 2065, and that's a median projection. And we definitely recognize that these analyses are meant for planning purposes, that there's quite a bit of uncertainty associated with them, but with the magnitude and the timing of the projected hydrographs, also having uncertainty associated with them. But we do have levee improvement projects along the San Joaquin River and in the Delta Front that are moving forward today and that are in design right now. And these climate projections at this point represent the best available science. So regardless of what the exact peak flows may be in the future, the general trend of the science is that these flows will likely be increasing in the future. And these general trends are not something that we can just completely ignore or just sweep it under the rug. So but at the same time, because of the sheer magnitude of the 2065 projections and the uncertainty that's associated with them, we also can't just move forward today right now with designing and implementing projects to this level of flow. Just for safety, factors of safety, we'd be priced right out of a project in many cases where the size and the cost of the facilities that would be required to contain these 2065 flows would not be feasible at this time. So in the interim, the challenge required SJAFCA to adopt its climate change adaptation policy as guidance for how to incorporate climate resilience into a project, which I went over in the earlier slide. Next slide, please. All right, the last challenge that I'll dive into is the advancement of the Mossdale project. This is a project where we're looking to develop a plan for a levee improvement project on the RD-17 system that can be supported by both the local and the state sponsors, and in the end achieve a 200-year urban level of protection for the area, which includes the communities of Lathrop, Manteca, Stockton, and unincorporated areas of the county. There's been a few different planning studies for this project. Most recently, we've been working in collaboration with DWR on the Mossdale Tract Urban Flood Risk Reduction Study. And we just recently completed this report and turned it into DWR for their consideration. So this was a huge milestone for the Mossdale project, and the support and coordination with DWR has been a huge factor in the success of that study. And as with any large scale project like this, there's always challenges to overcome along the way. In this case, we've been working through transfer of risk analyses because the project would no longer allow flood flows to inundate the existing communities inside Mossdale Tract. Those flows, don't disappear. They need to be redirected somewhere else. So we looked at, if there are any significant impacts of those redirected flows to surrounding lands. There's right-of-way challenges with this project. We're looking at not only levee raises in some areas, but also the extension of a dry land levee that will require additional real estate. There's been the challenge of identifying suitable ecosystem restoration components for the project, and we worked through this challenge and identified a few options that are acceptable to both the state and the locals for further study. And lastly, we're looking at reinstating federal interest in this project. Mossdale Tract was originally included in the Corps' Lower San Joaquin River feasibility study, but it didn't end up getting fully analyzed in the final array of alternatives due to scope, schedule, and budget constraints, and was instead slated for further study, in part due to do a deeper dive and do EO 11988 compliance, and to ensure the recommended plan for this area included wise use of the floodplain assurances. So a big part of the UFR study was looking at various options for restricting development in certain areas of Mossdale, which is something that was included in all of the alternatives for the UFR study. So a lot of the challenges that we worked through and made a lot of progress on during the UFR study, and we're looking forward to continued coordination with DWR and with the Corps as we move forward onto the next steps of this project. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to discussion of some of the near-term priorities for our region, things we want to accomplish or advance in the next 5 years or so. And a lot of these items are things that were talked about in previous slides. There's a lot of overlap as far as accomplishments and challenges and priorities for the region, but there's also a few new topics listed here as well. And if you could advance the slide. Thank you. Again, I'll go into a little more detail on a few of these items in the next slides, where I'll cover the first 4 bullet points. But at a high level, our region's priorities include continued implementation of the Corps' Lower San Joaquin River project, looking at additional flood risk reduction projects for North and Central Stockton beyond the Corps' project, which is focused on the Delta Front system. Continuing to improve analysis and planning for climate change, and continued advancement of the ULOP improvements for Mossdale Tract. Formation of local funding and financing programs will always be an ongoing priority. I mentioned earlier that there are several ongoing assessment studies and other financing initiatives that will be moving forward in the region in the near future. Mormon Slough bank repair. There's been bank erosion issues on Mormon Slough from past high flow events, and San Joaquin County has been working hard to fix those, and continuation of these efforts will remain a priority for that system. And then there's several other priority initiatives in the region that are currently in the stage where they need additional planning level investigations. Expansion of Paradise Cut as a flood bypass and an ecosystem restoration opportunity. SJAFCA has been coordinating with regional partners on this and will continue to do so. There's also several potential flood mar opportunities in the region, particularly on some of the tributary streams that feed into the San Joaquin River. So I'll dive into a little more detail on the first bullet points, first 4 bullet points listed here. Next slide, please. Starting with the implementation of the Corps' Lower San Joaquin River project, the Corps completed the feasibility study in 2018. And since then, there's been significant progress made towards the implementation of the recommended plan that came out of this study. It's a $1.3 billion plan that includes improvements primarily to the Delta Front system that protects North and Central Stockton. And since the completion of the feasibility study, as I mentioned, the PPA between SJAFCA and the Corps has been signed, and the project has since received a New Start construction designation. And design of the first segment of the project, which is along 10 Mile Slough, is currently underway, with construction currently scheduled to begin next year. So continuing this momentum with the Lower San Joaquin River project is a high priority for the region. As I mentioned previously, securing local, state, and federal funding for this project is essential as we move forward. The remaining reaches of the project are scheduled to move forward with design and construction over the next several years. Project implementation is laid out in a total of 5 increments, plus Smith Canal, which is currently under construction. And then the remaining increments are scheduled to be completed by 2029. Next slide, please. In addition to the Corps project, there are other projects that can be explored, which can reduce risk even further for North and Central Stockton, in particular on the Mormon Slough and Calaveras River system, which flows right through the middle of downtown Stockton. This is a reservoir-driven system, and it's fed by outflows from New Hogan Dam, which is a Corps-owned dam about 30 miles upstream from the city. And because of this system is capable of producing pretty high volumes of water and high flows that can sustain themselves for long periods of time. So to reduce flood risk from this system, there are a few options. And the first step would be to do a feasibility level assessment of these options, what we're calling the New Hogan Reservoir Climate Resiliency and Multi-Benefit Flood Risk Reduction Study, where we would look at a number of options for bringing the existing system up to a 200-year level of protection for the city of Stockton. And then looking at components that would provide climate resilience to the system. This is another spot where the 2017 CVFPB highlighted New Hogan Reservoir on this system as a reservoir that will be severely impacted by climate change. DWR estimated that the reservoir would need an additional 40,000+ acre feet to handle future 2065 flow projections coming from the reservoir, which is about a 15% increase in the existing capacity. So that's pretty substantial. And the options for dealing with this might include increasing the capacity of the reservoir, or looking at reservoir reoperation scenarios where we look at forecast informed operations at New Hogan. So this would be one of the main components of the proposed feasibility study. And then there are other options on the Mormon Slough system that could also contribute to climate resiliency, which can be analyzed. So this system is set up in a way where a bypass channel could be a viable option for taking on some of these excess flows. Using the old Mormon Slough channel, which was the original alignment of Mormon Slough before the diverting canal was constructed, and converting that old channel, reactivating it into a bypass channel. So a feasibility study would look at these types of options or a combination of these options. And aside from providing climate resilience and flood risk reduction, these options on the Mormon Slough system inherently really incorporate a number of multi-benefit opportunities, including flood mar potential, especially up in the areas near New Hogan where excess flows from the reservoir could be diverted. Ecosystem restoration potential, especially with the option of reactivating the old Mormon channel as a bypass channel. And all of this is in an area that would directly benefit a severely disadvantaged and underserved community. So a a lot of good potential with this study, and the region is excited to look for ways to advance this through either a core feasibility study or through coordination with DWR, where we would look at the various options for this particular system. Next slide. And you might have to advance it one more to get the graph. There it is. Okay, so as I mentioned in previous slides, the 2017 CVFPB analysis projected that there would be significant climate change impacts to our region, and we have the challenge when implementing our projects to find an effective balance between climate resilience and financial feasibility. So a top priority for us is to continue to advance and assist the state and federal climate science studies to help improve future hydrologic climate change projections, hopefully to a level that will support design decisions being made by local implementing agencies. And in the meantime, while the science progresses, our region will continue to coordinate planning efforts that look at large scale, regional level resiliency options. Currently, we have a study underway that is doing just that, where we're looking at the feasibility of various system-wide solutions, things like the Paradise Cut bypass expansion, looking at options at upstream reservoirs, looking at transitory storage opportunities. There's a number of thoughts out there on elements to incorporate into a regional plan like this. And this study will just be a way to gather some initial thoughts and organize them into coordinated alternatives that are worthy of further analysis. So to get this ball moving, we went outside the box a little bit of the typical funding routes, and we ended up finding an opportunity through the Bay Area Council, which has allowed us to tackle the first step in this regional planning effort, which is the initial data gathering and idea gathering stage. And then we can use this effort to help us coordinate with stakeholders and advance ideas for regional solutions. And then following this initial step, we'll be looking for opportunities to continue planning and analysis of these types of system-wide improvements. Next slide. So this is the last priority I'll dive into, and then I'll hand it back over to Chris. I already talked a little bit about the Mossdale Tract efforts and the end goal of providing a 200-year level of protection for this area. And this shows up here again as a regional priority. It's a project that will reduce risk for $5 billion in existing infrastructure, including existing critical facilities that, such as hospitals and prisons. And there's around 50,000 people or so who currently live in this area. So it's a priority in our region to continue making adequate progress for this area under SB 5 as we work towards implementation of the project. The work in the immediate future will include, number one, completing the UFR study and in coordination with DWR, moving forward with the CEQA and environmental compliance steps for the preferred alternative that came out of that UFR study. And then from there, looking to re-engage the federal interest of this project and continue on with a, what they call a phase 2 of the Lower San Joaquin River feasibility study, which is what the interim 2018 core study called for. Completion of the ULOP project design for this levee system will be a high priority, and design is already underway for the dryland levee component of this project. A key finding of the Corps feasibility study was the necessity of a tieback levee extension to protect the Mossdale Basin. So design of the dryland levee is something that SJAFCA is advancing right now. It's a common element that's in all of the alternatives that were analyzed for the UFR study, as well as I mentioned, something that the federal feasibility study agreed was a critical component for the basin. The region will be working towards permitting and right-of-way acquisition for the project, as well as acquisition of local financing, along with securing state and federal funding for implementation. And with all these next steps, the region will continue coordination with DWR and with the Corps on this effort. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Chris to offer some concluding thoughts.
Thank you, Mike. We've all received a very good, extensive briefing now on the status of the various projects in our region. I wanted to say that although we are downstream of the main stem, the lower San Joaquin River or the reservoir-fed Mama Slough system, but with the support of the Department for Water Resources and the board and staff, and then obviously the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, that the lower San Joaquin River Delta region has made really huge strides in a very short term in reducing the threat of flood risk in our region since 2017 plan. Although, yes, we know that significant challenges still lay ahead, but with your collaboration of your staff and the department, and then obviously the federal, will continue to advance this very exciting project to protect our community. So obviously with support and coordination amongst other partners, at the local level, working with our local reclamation districts, the business community, then the member agencies, as well as the state and federal level, will remain a key factor in successfully managing the challenges that lay ahead and in advancing our regional priorities to make our community much more resilient to the threat of flood risk. So with that, I want to say again, thank you, President Edgar and Vice President Dolan and members of the board, again, for giving us this opportunity to present the status update. So we stand ready now to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much, Chris, for a very comprehensive presentation. We now have a better idea of where we are with these projects that you have underway. Thanks very much. Are there any questions from the board or the public at this point?
Bill?
Yes.
Tim?
Yeah, Tim.
My hand on the screen and on the software here. Thanks, Chris. Really appreciate it. And I know we're running short of time today. I just wanted to make 3 quick comments for us to think about moving forward. It's really great to see the overview. There's a lot more detail behind what you guys just presented, as specific as that was. 3 things just that I was thinking about. And really, this is all in the context of what we do in terms of how we describe these things in the 2022 plan. How do we take what you guys are doing and connect those dots? And number 1, the policy that you guys have for climate change, we put something in our 2017 resolution, not specifically about the San Joaquin and climate change, but about how we hit higher level of service objectives in delivery of the system. And so maybe there's a way for us to think about building on what you guys have done at a broader scale. So in this case, I think you've given us an example of something that we need to think about, the board, when we adopt the 22 plan. The second comment is about the multi-benefit challenge with this region. And the comment really is to think about the scale at which projects are developed. I don't know, while I appreciate that we're limited in urban areas, I wouldn't want to eliminate the possibility of a broader scale being considered in places where there is room, but for you guys still to be participating because the benefits would still be realized, in your region. So that's the second comment. And the third comment, this won't surprise you, is I'm hoping that as time goes by, Paradise Cut ends up being a larger font size on your presentations. So 24-point font, 38-point font, it's there. And I know you guys are working on it, and I appreciate that. But I'm hoping over time, it ends up matching what we've tried to put in the plans, both in 2012 and 2017. So good for you. Keep it up. And thanks again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Any other questions from the board or the public? Okay, thanks for bringing these on, Ruth. That I think gives the board a better sense of what's going on in each of the regions, and so that we aren't isolated in considering various proposals in north versus south, that we have a better sense of where this is going totally. So I appreciate that. Any other comments?
Yeah, President Edgar, Chris Elias here again. Wanted to really take out the time to single out some individuals who have really been a great asset with us and supporting us and guiding us throughout this whole process. In particular, Aaron Wu and Chris Williams, with respect to the RFMP project. There's a whole host of other staff that are working with us on a variety of other projects, but since today we are focusing on RFMP, I thought I would really give great credit to for them helping us, getting us organized, and then getting us advancing this far. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Okay, with that, if there aren't any other questions, we'll move on to item 11, members. We're on item 11, executive officers reports. Members, you have the reports in your packet, the update on board administration, update on activities in the operations branch, plan implementation and compliance, and on the environmental services and land management branch. And what is there anything you want to point out, Leslie, in the EO report, particularly on your look ahead for board's information? That's always a good item to just summarize for the board members.
Certainly, I would just invite Darren Soon also, I believe, had an update he was watching for today. I don't know if we've heard anything yet. Darren?
Thank you, Leslie. And appreciate the opportunity. President Edgar, there's nothing to report. We did hear there's a lot of talk back in DC on the drought situation going on here in the West. One thing they mentioned, and I apologize, let me back up. We had a federal call with Carpy Clay, DWR's lobbyists that we're invited to participate in. And so we received an update, and that call typically occurs every Friday at 11:30 to 12:30. So I was trying to get the latest after my initial briefing this morning. One thing we did hear was after the president's announcement from about the infrastructure framework, his reference to the need to pass, excuse me, it's in my throat, the need to pass another package related to social justice issues caught some of the more conservative members of Congress off guard. So what that means is it just created some uncertainty in regards to getting that infrastructure package to the president's desk. Other than that, nothing further to report. Thank you.
Okay, anything else, Leslie?
Just I would note there were a couple of links in your document that you received late-ish yesterday. Would you let me know if you have any trouble accessing any of those? I want to make sure our technology is working. And we also shared with you what we shared with the executive committee on Thursday, which is the tentative adoption schedule for the 2022 plan, along with all the public engagement opportunities and our workshops for the rest of the year with topics and dates. So hopefully you can join us for all of those.
Less on the timeline for the plan. Is that something that's actually adopted by the board or the department, or is that just a moving target at this point?
I would let Ruth respond on the technical side of that. The legislation requires that you adopt a plan update in years that end in 2 and 7. So theoretically, you could adopt it anytime next year.
Right.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay.
There's just some elements in there in that schedule that aren't totally hammered down quite yet. You know, what month we will be hosting public workshops, for example. So.
Okay, the question is, are you using that as kind of guidance and to the staff and so on, and not an adopted document by the board or anybody. Is that right?
Right, that's our target.
Yeah,
That's what the
yeah.
project team is telling us the deliverables will be, and that's a target for us at this point.
Yeah, okay. That's all I wanted to know. Okay, members, if there aren't any questions on any of those reports, let's proceed to item 12, board comments and committee updates. Do we have any?
I don't.
Joe?
No, I don't have any.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you did. Okay. Let's move on to item 13, upcoming meetings and topics. We've got those listed. And if there aren't any questions, we'll move to item 14, which is a closed session. We don't have a closed session, and therefore 15, there's no closed session report. So 16, without objection, this meeting's adjourned at 2:19. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good weekend, everyone.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, everybody.
See you later.
Everybody.
Have a good weekend. Bye.
Yeah, come on, have a good week.